Jennifer Patterson, President of the Concord School Board, and I am calling to order a special meeting of the board. So I'll start with the emergency meeting statement. As President of the Concord School Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, the board is authorized to meet electronically. The business that we intend to conduct today is necessary due to the need to complete the monthly business of the board and to consider several specific issues related to the plan for reopening for the 2020-2021 school year, given the COVID-19 pandemic. This will include taking public comment as noted on the posted agenda by unmuting phone lines one by one during the public comment period. We also encourage the submission of comments via email at concordinfo@sau8.org. And we thank you to all of those who have submitted comments. We've gotten many, many emails and we appreciate all of that input. A brief note on our plan for resuming in-person meetings. The district is actively working on a plan to resume in-person board meetings, and we expect that we'll be resuming those meetings in person by the time that students return to school. What we're looking for is a space that allows for both remote and in-person participation of both board members and members of the public, consistent with public health and safety protocols. So for this meeting, we do continue to have no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously. However, in accordance with the governor's emergency order, we are providing public access by telephone with additional access by other electronic means. And specifically, we are utilizing Microsoft Teams for this meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting. They can do that by dialing the phone number 925-391-1169 and entering a conference ID of 494-739-791#, or by clicking on the link at the SAU8.org website. This meeting is being broadcasted contemporaneously on CCTV's education channel, which is Comcast Channel 6. It's also available streaming on www.youtube.com/ConcordNHTV. And a recording of the meeting will be posted on CCTV's website. For those who are listening on the education channel, please note that you may need to turn up the volume on your television, as the volume for this channel may be lower than for other channels. We do ask that members of the public keep their microphones muted until they are called upon during the public comment period. And to reduce the likelihood of background noise, we also suggest that members of the public may want to listen to the live stream or TV broadcast and then rejoin the meeting or call in on the phone number during the public comment period. We did provide public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to use Microsoft Teams or to call in telephonically. The meeting and all pertinent instructions were posted on the website of the board at SAU8.org more than 24 hours prior to the meeting and are highlighted at the top of the website. We also have a mechanism for the public to alert us if there are problems with access during the meeting. So if there are problems with access, please call 603-513-9008. And in the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. So I will first take a roll call of members who are participating. Please note that all members will be participating remotely, and any votes that are taken during this meeting will be by roll call vote. When each member states your presence, please also state whether anyone is in the room with you, as this is required under the right to know law. And we ask that board members also mute your microphone when not speaking and wait to be recognized. So Ms. Cannon, are you present? Ms. Cannon? I know Ms. Cannon was present before, but not seeing Ms. Cannon right now. I will come back to her. Mr. Croto, are you present?
I am present and I'm alone.
Great, thank you, Mr. Croto. Mr. Crush, are you present?
I am present and I'm alone as well.
Great, thank you, Mr. Crush. Ms. Higgins, are you present? I had not seen Ms. Higgins, so she may join us later. Mr. Parker, are you present?
I'm present and alone, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Poinier, are you present?
Present and alone.
Great, thank you, Ms. Poinier. Mr. Richards, are you present?
I am present and I am alone.
Great, thank you, Mr. Richards. Ms. Smith, are you present?
I am present and I am alone.
Great, thank you, Ms. Smith. I am Jennifer Patterson. I am present and I am alone. Let me just circle back to Ms. Cannon. Ms. Cannon, are you present?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, she was definitely on before.
Jack, would you check on Gina and see if she has a technical problem?
Will do.
Thank you.
And see if on Barb as well, just to make sure that she is able to get in. But I think we will go ahead and I'll ask Interim Superintendent Kathleen Murphy just to let us know what district staff and administrators are participating.
Oh, thank you. Attending tonight is Business Administrator Jack Dunn. You just heard from Jack. On the phone tonight is Assistant Superintendent Donna Pally. HR Director Larry Prince is with us. Facilities Director Matt Cashman. Our Technology Director Pam McLeod. As well as all of our building administrators are on the line. Some of them will be available to answer any questions should that need be required. We also have Karen Fisher Anderson, our Safety Compliance Officer, with us and taking notes this evening and sending us any emails from Concord Info is Lyndon Jacket.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Kathleen, is Bob may I ask a quick question? Is Bob Belmont?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
You know what, Bob, I think Bob is on, Chuck. I talked to him this afternoon and he was going to be on. So Bob Belmont is with us.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Let me circle back again and just see if Ms. Cannon or Ms. Higgins have joined us.
We don't need it. Open
I'm
the window.
here. You can hear me. Can you hear me now, Jen?
I hear you, Gina. Oh, good. Okay, so Ms. Cannon
So
is
I'm
present.
here. I'm alone, but I am being sort of cycled, being kicked off and logging back on.
Well, I'm glad you're here with us, and I hope that you're able to continue to be here. And if you are very have a prolonged absence, please text me or Jack just so that we can try and help you out if possible. But we still do not have
Will
Ms.
do.
Higgins. Great, thank you, Gina. And you didn't miss anything except just the list of who is on. And I know we have Alice Richards, who is our student representative, who looks like her name is also there. So thank you, Alice, if that is indeed you, for participating. Okay, so our next agenda item is review of the agenda. And so let me quickly go through what we will be doing tonight. Sounds like someone's mic is unmuted there. Thank you. So first we will go through kind of our regular business, our approval of board minutes from our July meetings, our proposed calendar of meetings for August and September. Then we will hear an update from Ms. Murphy on the district's steps to address racism and discrimination. And then we will hear from Ms. Murphy her proposal on the 3 specific items that we're considering tonight with respect to the return to school. So that information was previously circulated and there were some supporting materials in our board packet. But we'll get to hear, I think, from the administrators about those proposals, and board members will have the opportunity to ask questions. And that has to do with athletics and extracurriculars, CRTC, and at-risk students, and the early pre-K to second grade students. Next, we will hear public comment. And then following the public comment, we will have a board discussion and vote on those 3 specific areas with respect to school reopening. And so just a couple of notes, I talked about this a lot at our last meeting, and I know people aren't always familiar with how we conduct ourselves as a board. So just a couple of notes so people can understand the context. And I think the most important thing to understand is that we as a board cannot have conversations with each other about any topic under our jurisdiction except in a properly noticed meeting. So in other words, we can't call each other up and say, what do you think? We can only do that during this public meeting. And this is our opportunity to have those conversations. And we always schedule our agendas so that we hear public comment first. We've had a tremendous amount of public input, and we expect to hear from a lot more folks tonight. And it's wonderful to see the degree of community engagement that we have on these issues. These are really difficult and complicated issues, and we are doing our best. And I know our administrators are doing their best. We are going to have to work through this on an issue by issue basis. It is not our intention to revisit the decision that we made at our meeting on August 6th, but there were some specific areas during that conversation that went very, very late, as many of you know, if you were watching it or participating in it, that we were not able to address at that meeting and that we really wanted to get to as soon as we could with input from our administrators who are really the experts in this area. We as board members may have opinions, but we just don't have the expertise. So we're looking forward to hearing more detail on those proposals on the extracurriculars, the athletics, the CRTC, the at-risk populations, and the younger students. And so we will be taking public comment, and the board will be voting on each of those proposals. When we take public comment, we do not plan on responding or engaging in a conversation with members of the public. That is something that under our policy, we have the discretion to do. But I think given the magnitude of the issues in front of us, what we will do tonight is we will hear each person. We want to make sure we are able to hear everything that that person has to offer within our 5-minute limit. And that is very important to us. So we will be keeping track of those 5 minutes, but we will listen, and we want to hear from you. Be aware that we don't have our conversation among ourselves until after we have heard all of the public comment. So if you are able to make your point in a shorter period of time, we appreciate it. But each person will have their full 5 minutes, and we are very happy to hear what you have to say. Before we have public comment, we will have a board member, Danielle Smith, will summarize the emailed comments that we've received. That's been a substantial amount. Again, we've looked at them. It's been very helpful. So we want you to know that we certainly have heard and appreciate what you have to say. So that's my overview of agenda. We as a board approved the agenda, so I just wanted to open up to other board members if they had anything else to offer on the issue of the agenda before we take a vote on the agenda. And I see that Barb Higgins, I believe, has joined us.
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
good.
It took me a bit to get logged on, so I apologize for being late.
Okay. Well, we're just reviewing the agenda. So,
no, thank you.
That is good. So Chuck, do you have a comment?
I have just a question. There's been a lot of, and maybe I don't want to jump ahead, I just want to be clear about the agenda. There's been a lot of teacher and staff comment on working remotely. Will that be part of our discussion tonight as that Kathleen presents?
I think that's up to what she presents. I mean, I know that there are certain proposals that she is asking for us to vote on, and then there are some things that are informational, and it looks like she's nodding her head and that she will be presenting on that. And of course, to the degree that there's public comment on it, we'll listen to that. So, but I don't have a specific agenda item on that. So there may, I mean, and again,
part of it, yeah.
Yeah. And given the complexity of this, I mean, a lot of the input that we've received has been about how we need to have criteria. We need to have a process for making decisions about how we transition from full remote, which is how we voted to start, to a hybrid or some other model. And so this is going to be a continuing conversation. I think it's unlikely that we'll address all of those things tonight, but we may have a conversation about them, if not at vote. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure. I do think we do have to address it as school is starting in, less than a month. So at least the initial plan. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members on the agenda? So seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Barb, I think you're moving, but I think you're muted. Did you move?
So moved.
Great. Thank you. Barb moves to approve the agenda. Is there seconded by Tom? I don't see any further discussion, so I will call the roll. Ms. Cannon?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Cannon votes aye. Mr. Croto?
Aye.
Mr. Croto votes aye. Mr. Crush?
Aye.
Mr. Crush votes aye. Ms. Higgins?
Aye.
Ms. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Parker votes aye. Ms. Poinier?
Aye.
Ms. Poinier votes aye. Mr. Richards?
Aye.
Mr. Richards votes aye. Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Smith votes aye. Ms. Patterson votes aye. So the agenda is approved 9-0. I'm very happy to hear that I can hear all of you. So that is great. So the next agenda item is approval of the board minutes. There were two sets of minutes, the July 6th regular meeting and the July 27th scheduling meeting. Are there any changes or comments from board members about those minutes? And if not, is there a motion to approve them?
I move we approve the minutes and give a shout out to Lyndon for being so amazing with all that paperwork.
Thank you, Barb. And thank you, Lyndon. Absolutely. So moved by Barb. Is there a second?
Second.
Didn't
Chuck.
catch who that was.
Chuck.
Okay,
It was
Chuck.
Chuck, yeah.
I thought there were two, and I was watching people's lips move. Okay, moved by Barb, seconded by Chuck. I will call the roll on approving the minutes. Ms. Cannon,
Aye.
Mr. Croto,
Aye.
Mr. Crush,
Aye.
Ms. Higgins,
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Poinier,
Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Aye.
Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, I see you, but I did not hear
Aye.
you. Ms. Smith votes aye. The chair votes aye. So the board minutes are approved on a vote of 9-0.
Aye.
I did get you.
My
That's the
internet's
second
a little
time.
lag. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. That's great. Okay, so next is the proposed calendar of meetings. And again, that was in the board packet. So just briefly, I guess I can go through them. I don't know if we're sharing the screen, but on Wednesday, August 19th, we have a meeting of the City and Community Relations Committee at 5:30, and then we have a non-public meeting of the board at 6:30. On August 24th, we have our scheduling meeting at 5 p.m. We are still in the process, it wasn't on the schedule, but of scheduling an information session for potential new board members as the filing period is going to be coming up. And so our hope is to do that on August 26th or September 2nd, which are both Wednesdays, I believe. And I wanted to ask the board members, so we're in this transition of trying to move towards doing that in person. Are there board members who would be interested in joining that in person? And I guess no commitment. I think people would be able to join either way. But if there's a preference between those two dates or for trying to schedule that for in person, I'd be interested in hearing from folks on that.
Jenny, I'd be interested in attending. I would prefer September 2nd, just because it feels it's a little closer to the actual voting time, and people are in the mood to hear and listen and talk.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Jim?
Jenny, when is the filing period? Do you
I
know?
believe it's the 2nd through the 11th of September. So if
Okay.
we did it on the 2nd, that would be the first day of the filing period.
Okay. I am fine with either date. And, I'm willing to mask up and come into the school
Me too.
to attend in person. That's not a problem. So,
I'll do the same either day.
Great. Thank
Same
you.
for me.
Gina?
Specify time for that.
Same, either day, and I will mask up and come.
Great. Thank you, Gina. I don't see any other hands up. So it sounds like most people were either day. Tom had a preference for the 2nd. So I think I will leave it to the administrators to see how they can arrange the space now that they know that at least a portion of it would be in person. So if people are comfortable, we'll kind of wait to hear back. And once we have a date, of course, we will publicize it so that those who are interested in attending will have plenty of time to come to it. And that's always a really useful thing for people who are considering running. So next on September 8th is our monthly meeting. It is on a Tuesday. It's always in September. We meet the day after Labor Day. And so that is at 7 p.m. on September 8th, which is also the opening day of school. And I believe it's also the primary election. So that's a busy day. On September 14th, we have a Capitol Facilities meeting at 5:30 p.m. September 16th, we have Communication and Policy at 5:30 p.m. September 21st, we have a scheduling meeting at 5 p.m. And September 23rd, we have an Instructional Committee meeting at 5:30 p.m. And that was specifically scheduled to take an initial look at the return to school. So we will certainly be doing that then, if not sooner, as we kind of may determine through the discussion this evening that we want to talk about it sooner. So I see Jim's hand up and I see Kathleen's hand up. Jim, did you want to say something?
yeah, Jenny, I just wanted, since this is the last board meeting, whole board meeting before that August 26th or September 2nd, I just thought it would be important to pass on to all of the citizens that are listening, just an explanation a little bit of the fact that this year's election will be for 3 positions that are from each of the 3, one each from each of the 3 districts. So no matter what part of the city you're in, you can run for this particular one. And I just wanted, but you would run by district. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Great. Thank you, Jim. And Kathleen?
My only thought is that it may be necessary to have an additional instructional committee meeting prior to the 23rd. So I don't know if Barb Higgins wants to consider that, but I think it would be important for us to continue discussions around, statistics, data, all the things that we are dealing with. So,
Kathleen, I agree 100%. When I saw that the next one was considerably later, we need one between now and then for sure.
Would you consider, may I continue? Barb,
Yes,
would you
please.
consider the 9th perhaps as one possibility?
Yeah. Well, maybe the 16th would make more sense because the 9th is just the day after the first day of school.
Yeah, the problem with the 16th, we have a communication and policy meeting. I mean, we could go.
Do we want to do it sooner rather than afterwards? I don't know. I mean, I would absolutely defer to you, Kathleen, in terms of when it would be useful to have that meeting. But we do have the 26th and the 2nd, whichever day we don't have the information session for candidates.
How about Barb and I kind of resolve that, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, and we can come up with a time that's okay for everyone. Is that all right?
That sounds great, Kathleen.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that sounds good. Thank you. Chuck, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Just a point of clarification. So, and I think people are curious, so I think it's important to share this. So, the decision to change learning styles or learning models, the instructional committee would make a recommendation to the full board, correct? And it'd be a full board vote.
I think any significant change would come to the full board, but I think that we will be hearing more from Kathleen about what she's proposed, and I'm not sure. I don't know the details, so I think let's hold that. But
I do feel strongly it's something of that magnitude should be a full board vote, but we'll hold it.
Right. Great. Thank you, Jack. Kathleen, did you have your hand up? Or is that left over? Okay, Liza, go ahead, Liza.
Thank you. Since we're not meeting again as a full board until September, I'm hoping that during the superintendent's update, she can tell us a little bit more about the weekly meetings to talk about back to school and who's involved in those and how they're going. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Liza. Yes, and I think we're all hoping to hear more updates, and now we get to hear them. So the next agenda item is first the update on steps to address racism and discrimination. So for that, I will turn to Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to update you on the work that we've been doing in that area. We held last week our third advisory with a variety of stakeholders that included students, Concord High School alumni, parents, educators, school board members, administrators, and a number of folks representing various organizations and agencies that have been very supportive of this effort. This meeting really was an opportunity to begin work on an action plan. And we had a number of recommendations from meeting number 2. We put that into an action plan, and that action plan was expanded by the group to include other activities and other goals for the school district for the year. I don't have that for you tonight. We're working on completing that action plan. But there was a lot of positive feeling about using that kind of a tool to help us move forward in addressing racism and discrimination in the district. The council, the advisory did recommend that there be an organizational structure to the advisory, that we have an advisory and we have a steering committee, perhaps a smaller group. And this was really to make sure that everyone is accountable. I think when you set goals and objectives for the year, that you want to make sure that those goals and objectives are addressed and they're worked on every month. So we decided to look at a steering committee, a little bit smaller group, still representative of all of our stakeholders, to make sure that that happened. And that would help with the organization of it, ensuring that the work went forward. The second recommendation that the committee made last week was to look at a facilitator, someone that can help facilitate the organization, including mission and vision, including the kinds of training opportunities and the work that we need to do, not only in the schools, but as well as with families, with students, and with the community. So the committee recommended that myself and a group, 3 or 4 folks, get together and talk to various organizations that do this work. We have talked with Dr. McKim. He's been very helpful. He's the president, as you know, of the NAACP chapter in Manchester. We talked with New Hampshire Listens, which is out of UNH and the Policy Institute over there, the Carsey Policy Institute. We've talked to them. So we're going to bring in organizations like that. There's another one called Great Schools that do a lot of work in this area to help us with facilitating the work and making sure it gets done. Some of the committee members were concerned about the financial aspects of that. And there's money that are tied to federal grants, especially Title IV, which allows you to use federal funds to be able to do that kind of work as it relates to training and developing a plan for the district. So I intend to access those funds in order to do this work. We also talked about subcommittees to address some of the issues. So we would have a subcommittee for school and educators with students involved. We would have a subcommittee around community, and we would have a subcommittee around policy, because we want to look at policy. We want to make sure that our policies are indicative of the using an equity lens. And the fourth area was curriculum. That's a really important area for all of the folks at the meeting. So that will be part of our goals as we begin to look at it. I also last week had a chance to meet with a group of students, about a dozen students, and to have a conversation around racial inequities. It was a fabulous meeting, of course, because you know how students are. They're always so forthright, and I appreciate that. Joining me was Anne-Marie Deep Pasquale and Michael Reardon, the principal. But we had, I think, over a dozen students. But a special thanks, and she's going to report out on this meeting, is Alice Richard, the student rep. She helped me organize it. She got students to join us, and we spent about 2 hours with them last week. So I'm going to turn it over to Alice and to give you a report on what happened at that meeting. Alice, you're here somewhere. I know you are. Are you on mute?
So Alice, I see that you unmuted, but I do not hear you.
Is she still muted?
I mean, it looks unmuted. Now I'm getting an echo of myself, but I am not hearing Alice.
Oh, she prepared some remarks tonight, so I want to be able to give her a chance to share her impressions of the meeting and what we talked about.
That's the issue I had earlier. She may need to sign off and then log back on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Alice, I'm staring at your name and I see that you are unmuted, but we're still not hearing you. So if you can hear us, do you want to try signing off and calling back in? Because we would definitely like to hear from you.
Yeah.
Kathleen, it looks like Tom
is, I'm sorry.
So
well,
Tom Cordo had his hand up. Why don't we have Tom's question? And it looks like Alice has signed out, and hopefully when she comes back in, we'll be able to hear her. So Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So with regard to Title IV funds, Kathleen, how likely are we to be able to access those and use them for what we need them for?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tom. The Title IV is written so that it allows you a lot of opportunity. It's very flexible. I've actually used Title IV in past experiences in another district. I used Title IV to help support the effort that I had around racial equity. So it's acceptable activity for that grant.
Okay. The reason that I asked is twofold. One, the last time that we were seemingly, as a board, moving forward in darkness, maybe last summer, we had a lot of folks come out and say, you know, we're here for you. Just ask, you know, and we will help you. We'll advise you. We've got expertise in lots of areas. So that comes to mind. The other is, you know, I'm just thankful that that we aren't using more taxpayer money if we don't have to provide this very important training. And it is very important, no question about it. But if we can use federal money, so much the better. Or if we can use an expert who is just willing to give their time, just as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tom. And I do see Alice has left and come back in. So Alice, do you want to try unmuting yourself again? And we'll see if we can hear you this time. I see that you unmuted yourself. And Alice, I saw 2 different logins that said Alice Richards. At one point, there were 2. And I'm hearing some paper shuffling. So let's give you another second and see if maybe we're able to hear you.
Alice, if you're using earbuds or headphones, you may want to unplug them because if the mic isn't working, you can still hear us, but we won't be able to hear you.
I see your name lighting up as if you're trying to speak, so, but I'm just not hearing it.
That's too bad.
Could we
Well,
have
let me
her,
ask another.
could we have her
go ahead.
dial in? This is Pam. Could we have her dial in?
Yes, so why don't we try that? So, Alice, if you could call, the phone number is 925-391-1169, and the conference ID is 494-739-791. So if you, I guess you could stay on the meeting and mute it and call in on a phone, and that might work.
I guess my final comment, there's a lot of echo. My final comment that I will bring to you at your next board meeting the action plan as it lays out so that you can see the kinds of activities and the work that we anticipate doing over the course of the year. And certainly have a chance to review it and share your thoughts about it. I think it'll be a pretty dynamic document for you.
That's great. Thank you. I actually have a couple of questions. And again, while we're waiting for Alice, I might go ahead and ask them. I think the first is, I know that no board members were able to join the call last week. And I know that on an initial basis, the 3 board members who had been participating had been me and then Liza and Dave as the chair and vice chair of City and Community Relations. I just wanted to make sure that all of the board members knew that if they wanted to have the opportunity to participate into that, we could have a conversation about which board members are on. I don't think we want more than 3, but if you are a board member and you would like to be the participant, we could certainly consider, the question of who is involved with this. I know that this is an issue that we all feel really strongly about, and the board wrote a letter in June and really wants to be involved. But again, it's much of the work is not board level. We'll be hearing kind of the updates on it. So I did want to say that. And then because there has been a lot of interest in this, and I know during the last report and the conversations that we took part in, some of the issues that will be wrestled with, I know you don't have the action plan, but I think there was a proposal to have a conversation about the role of the student resource officer in the schools. And I think there was also a conversation about gathering data on student discipline and looking at kind of the characteristics from a discrimination perspective of that data. So I presume, and I see you nodding, Kathleen, but that is certainly going to be part of the conversation that takes place under the action plan. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. And some of that work has already begun. I know that Principal Reardon up at the high school already has collected data relative to student discipline. Assistant Principal Tim Herbert, get everybody's name right, pronounce it right. He's already been involved in the restorative justice practices. So we have a group going talking about that. I think that the issue around the school resource officer is on there, not because the committee is, everyone is absolute about their recommendation, but that we have a chance to explore that idea and to talk about it and discuss it and to come up as a community as to whether that's an idea that you support or not support. So there are some recommendations on there that are there for the purpose of reviewing and analyzing and deciding whether that's a viable solution for the city and for the school district. So I'll get that to you. You'll have it for your September 8th meeting. And also we do minutes. Lyndon helps me with minutes, so we have that too. So we'll have minutes for you from that meeting.
Great, thank you. And I see Alice has her hand up. Let's give one more try because I really would like to hear from you, Alice, if we possibly can. And Alice, I see right now you look like you have your hand up and you are muted. Well, we'll keep trying. And if at any point you're able to join, we would love to hear your update, even if it's during the public comment period, if you're able to call in on the phone number. And hopefully someone can be in touch with you on email and try and figure out a way that we can get you on. So Tom, Frodo, I see you have your hand up. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Pam McLeod. Alice, I'm going to email you with my cell phone number and we can have a conversation about how to get you on.
Thank you, Pam. That would be great. Tom, did you have another question or comment?
I do. So I'm wondering if members of the public in general can access us through this meeting tonight. Could we do a test with someone if Jack or Pam could find someone who's not a board member or not an admin and find out if we can actually hear folks? I'm just curious about.
Based on the number of inadvertent noises I'm hearing, I think that most microphones are okay.
Okay, good. If you say so, Pam, then I go with that. Thank you.
And again, I mean, go ahead. Alice, is that Alice?
Voice?
I can hear you. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay.
Wonderful.
All right, Alice, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Okay, let's see if this works. I'm sorry it wasn't working before, but I got on a different computer. So as Superintendent Murphy was saying, this past Thursday, a meeting was held with Superintendent Murphy, Principal Rudin, Anne Marie DiPasquale, and Ms. Jackett, along with a diverse group of CHS students, so that we could express and discuss our concerns about racism and other forms of discrimination in our school district. A few weeks prior to the meeting, something is happening here. Sorry. Okay, so a few weeks prior to this meeting, many of the same students had a meeting with the Commissioner of Education for the state of New Hampshire, and we brought forward demands that would be referenced following. This meeting with the Commissioner further enlightened us to the importance of addressing and focusing on these issues, specifically at our district level. We brought the same demands to the Thursday meeting, this time directing these actions through the lens of the Concord School District. Many of these actions align with those on the petition created by the Concord High School students and alumni. So these include, first, allocate funds for mandatory prolonged training for all New Hampshire public school administrators and staff that explores diversity, intercultural competency, and implicit racial bias trainings. Two is to decolonize the state's curriculum standards, prioritizing voices of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and ensuring an accurate and complete history of oppression and systemic racism that the United States is taught beginning in elementary school. Three is to track and annually publish transparent data on racial and ethnic disparities in rates of graduation, suspension, referrals to law enforcement, and involvement in honors and advanced placement courses. Four is to develop a program with the explicit goal of recruiting more staff of color to teach at New Hampshire public schools, in this case in our district. Five is to reform ELL programs, placing an emphasis on hiring more interpreters and encouraging rather than punishing students speaking a second language. Six is to develop a comprehensive guide for our school district on restorative justice practices, encouraging our schools to move away from punitive actions like expulsions and extensions. So in this meeting, my peers shared intelligent and thoughtful ideas, powerful insights, and expressed their own experiences with our school district to help make it clear how many serious issues our district has rooted in racism and other serious discrimination. There was much discussion about all of these areas and more. Other topics that were also addressed were the presence of an SRO at CHS and the need to create an effective plan to handle insensitive, offensive comments and actions in a way that teach and discipline the student at fault. So at the end of the meeting, we all reflected on some of the actions that we feel can be done immediately and have an overall benefit across many areas. The first is to establish and require training for all Concord School District administrators and staff that explores diversity, intercultural competency, and implicit racial bias training. Secondly, we push for the action of implementing curriculum reform. This, we understand, can't be as much of an immediate action on all fronts, but we urge it to be a process that can be started seriously. Many of the students at this past meeting, as well as even more, will be sharing and discussing what we've experienced in the process of curriculum change in social studies courses at the middle and high school levels. We acknowledge that this has been done at individual schools to guide students through the correct ages, but we urge constant communication in order to ensure that education flows as students grow through the district. We suggest potential guidelines from the district that could be specifically applied and interpreted based on school level. Also, throughout this process, we urge the district to reach out to educational professionals who have direct experience implementing and creating effective curriculum reform for these areas. Lastly, much of the necessary public data referenced in the demands are available
Alice, we stopped being able to hear you for a second. I'm not sure what happened. You said much of the data are available publicly.
I'm back. Okay, we understand that this can't all be done immediately, but we hope a plan can be made at the district and school level to accomplish, maintain, and sustain these actions going forward. The Concord School District is clearly not alone in our state and this country in these issues, but regardless, we must address them, hold ourselves accountable, and make tangible action individually as a district. All of these demands fit in this profile, and will help to do just that. I know all of the students I've worked with and so many more of my peers are determined to help make this change, and we sincerely hope you are too. Thank you.
Great. Alice, thank you so much, and I'm really glad that you were able to join us. And I think, were you able to hear what we were saying when we were talking, when we couldn't hear you?
Yes, I could hear you and I could turn my mic on, but for some reason, I guess you couldn't hear me, and then I had other difficulties, but I'm glad it worked out.
Oh, that's great. And I wanted to say, I hope, I know that Superintendent Murphy felt like it was a good meeting. I just wanted to say, did you also feel like it was a good meeting, that it's going in the right direction, from your own impression?
Yes, my personal impression, I thought that it was a good discussion. And I think, I don't want to speak for all the students, but based on what I heard, it seemed like people felt like we had a place to really say what we were thinking and address our concerns. And I think overwhelmingly was a positive experience.
That's great. And again, I think I think the board, but they will correct me if they disagree, we feel that this is really, really important, and also that it is a lengthy process of listening and having conversations like this. And it's really important for us to be able to hear these updates so that we know that progress is being made. And I feel very heartened by what I have heard from you today. So thank you. And Jim, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it takes a second to unmute. Thank you, Alice. I would just wanted to say that, I think we, and I think the community, very interested in the public data she referred to. And I'd also like Superintendent Murphy to include, when she does the report, the specific data for our schools, our individual schools, with regards to race, demographics, anything pertinent, because I really think that would be extremely useful. And I think it'd be very enlightening for everyone too, because I think some people don't realize just how diverse we are. And when you see the numbers, it's very impactful. So thank you very much.
That's great. Jim, you broke up a little bit at the end, but I think, are you done? Oh, you're on mute now. Are you meaning to be on mute?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I just said I thought it was
great.
very impactful, and I think people don't realize just how diverse a community we are. And I think the data would really reflect that and be very useful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I know from prior conversations, Karen Fisher Anderson was working on gathering some of those data. I know Karen's on, and she may not have anything to say about it yet, but I know that she was beginning that work. Okay, any other comments or questions from board members about the anti-racism, anti-discrimination update? Well, thank you so much, Kathleen, and thank you, Alice. I'm really glad you were able to join. And Gina has her hand up. So yes, go ahead, Gina.
I just wanted to add that this topic can be incredibly sensitive all the way around. And I would encourage everybody involved to enter the conversation with a bit of patience and grace for other participants.
Gina, this is Barb,
Yes,
and I would have to concur. Some of these conversations are very, very uncomfortable and difficult to have. And racism in and of itself is typically assigned to people. I'm racist against this person or that person. And really, so many systems in our society are based on racist principles and ideas that don't even seem that way until you really look at it. And I've, really done a lot of reading in the past couple of weeks because I had said some things that hurt people's feelings, and I was horrified. And it's very, very eye-opening to really get a handle on how systemic and invisible racism can be. So I would encourage participants and people who listen in and people who read what we report to absorb it and try to have an open mind and take it in as unbiased as possible. And that's this isn't an easy task. And but I would have to agree, Gina. This is a sensitive subject that needs a lot of work. So I'm glad that we're approaching it this way and really, as a school district, embracing the need for the discussion and the changes that need to come.
Great. Thank you, Barb. And Chuck, you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, just to kind of add to what Jim said a little bit, I would also ask Kathleen to include some data and metrics on restraint and seclusion related to people with different various ethnic origins and different backgrounds that are culturally diverse, because I'd be real curious, is the metrics there by school, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Sorry, I got a little loud there. There was something on top of my microphone, so I couldn't mute it. Okay, I don't see any other comments from board members. And so thank you so much. This is a really important conversation. We're just beginning it, and it's really important. So thank you. I think our next agenda item is, again, Kathleen, and we are looking to you to present your proposals on those areas of return to school that we need to focus on tonight. So I will turn it back over to you.
Great. Just a couple of comments. Some of the data that you requested tonight is data that we have to report out every year to the Department of Ed. It's accessible on their website. But I think there are maybe some particulars in the district that we can add to it to be more helpful to you. So we will do that. That was great. Before I update you on the recent work on the return to school, specifically on the topics that we talked about last week and kind of left out there to discuss tonight, I'd like to speak about a couple of concerns I have related to the August 6th board meeting. I absolutely acknowledge, and I think we all do, that the fact that the recent events surrounding the pandemic has been very emotional for everyone. We have all recognized that virtual remote learning meetings are difficult, ensuring that all of the voices are heard and respected. And on several occasions on the 6th, there were speakers that were interrupted and inappropriate side comments were made or written in the chat. And as superintendent, I want to apologize for that. That's unacceptable. Several of those folks that were interrupted or had comments made were our students. And Madison and Mahan and CHS alumni were disrespected because they had opinions that perhaps wasn't always agreed upon. regarding the return to school and presenting that idea with an equity lens, because that was really one of the things that they wanted to focus on. And I'm sorry that that happened to those students. But I do want to remind everyone that as adults, we are the role models for our next generation. And it's critically important that we keep that in mind, even though the topics that we've been discussing are very emotional, and we all know that. So thanks for giving me that opportunity. But I really felt that was important to share, especially as it relates to our students. So with that in mind, tonight I'm recommending 4 critical elements based on the latest evidence that has been provided to us via the Health and Human Services, CDC, and the Harvard Global Health Institute, who keeps all the data, as well as reporting that we get daily from our local press, newspapers. And the data that I refer to is the data that we receive from Merrimack County, where Concord is part of the Merrimack County. And just recently, just as of this past week, our numbers of and the percentages that they use are 1 per 100,000 identified as having COVID-19. And because of that incredible rating and that incredible number being so low, we receive a green rating for the Concord area. And obviously they are suggesting that we be allowed to reopen. This happens to be the county of Merrimack that we extrapolated from that larger map so that you can see the data as it relates to our county. And you can see up in the top left-hand corner the cases per 1,000. 1 case per 100,000. I said 1,000. 100,000. And they use a 7-day average. And we keep a very close eye on that. So when I make these comments and make these recommendations tonight, I'm basing it on actual evidence that we have received in order to do this. One of the other things that really has impacted us in making that decision has to do with our experiences here in Concord. Last June, our Career and Technical Center housed the students. They came back during a very a peak period, quite frankly, when the virus was at its highest in the state and in the area. Our students came back to do their end of the year project assessments, to complete their competencies in order for them to get their certification along with their teachers. And the experience that we had is all students were safe, all the protocols were observed, and we were able to see that students achieved what they needed to achieve and no one was ill. And we had no reports of any COVID-19. That was one example. Over the summer at Concord High School, we had 3 sessions of summer school. One was total remote, but we had 2 additional sessions of summer school with students on site, following the protocols that are in place for safety. And there were 100 students at each of the sessions. We, again, had 0 experiences with COVID-19 diagnosis, and our students were able to achieve their goals that they set out to for summer school. The third experience that we had was our athletic teams that, via the recommendations from New Hampshire Interscholastic Association, the youngsters at the teams all were outside practicing skills and drills. Wasn't, contact. It was the opportunity to really gain, and conditioning really is what it is, and skills for the youngsters. No one was sick, including, when I say this, including our coaches. We had a great experience with 0 diagnosis. So when I reflected on with the folks that I, was receiving advice from, including Dr. Noble from over at Concord Hospital, and our directors, Director Rothenberg, as well as Athletic Director Mello, I am recommending tonight that we open CRTC to support our students based on the recommendations from Steve Rothenberg. We believe that given the safety protocols that are in place, masks, social distancing of 6 feet, and those are very large areas over there, all the hand washing and the protocols as it relates to that, and sanitizing, that we feel that our students could come back and access our CRTC student program. So that's my first recommendation. I don't know if you want me to let Steve jump in here and add anything to that, or you want me to just go through my, maybe I'll just go through my recommendations and then we can open it up. I think you should. I think the second recommendation is to support the athletic program and extracurricular program at the high school. Again, Steve is available to us tonight and can answer any of your questions. The third recommendation that I'm making tonight has to do with our most vulnerable students, those students that that are at risk, that are provided services that are required by their individual education plan. And as you all know, the recent executive order from the governor, Executive Order number 64, is recommending that we ensure that students are receiving all of their goals and objectives as part of their IEPs. And I am recommending tonight that with parents, with parent support, that we provide those services to youngsters on IEPs, including our preschoolers, because we have a preschool program. Those students are on IEPs. The preschool program, I am not including typical youngsters. I'm talking about our atypical. So it would be students with IEPs. I'm also am recommending that students who are our English language learners be able to access their education in school, on site with their teachers. Last Tuesday night, I happened to attend in the park at Keach Park. We had, I bet 100 families of new Americans, and they gathered to hear about the plan, the remote model plan that you had approved the week before. And I listened through their interpreters, their concerns and the desire for them to be able to have their children access the education. Many of them expressed their concerns that even though they may be there with their children, they're not yet understanding English or able to, teach their children in English in terms of what the teacher does with remote. So it was very clear to me that we needed to address our English language learners, and also that we need to address some of our students who are homeless, who don't have capacity to have a place to be able to go to do their remote learning and to access the services from their teachers. So I'm asking you tonight to consider that. Two other recommendations that I think we kind of just addressed it. I was just recommending that the instructional committee meet. We set a date to move towards a hybrid, if possible. I'm just thinking that as we gain more knowledge and experience, we may be able to do that. Obviously, I use the end of September as a, where are we at kind of thing. And maybe by October, November, we can move forward to a hybrid. But it's all going to be depending on what the instructional committee recommends to the board. But I think we took care of that tonight. I think you've already taken care of that. And the last recommendation I'm making is that our staff, teachers, educational assistants, tutors, and support staff return to their classrooms and assigned instructional spaces to deliver our remote instruction to students. Now, in saying that, I want to be very clear there are some of our staff that are not able to do that because of various issues and medical issues or family concerns and people that are in their home that are have medical issues that would impact them. So we're working with them. We're very flexible. I'm working with teachers associations, all of them, the ed assistants and the tutors, to be able to be flexible as to whether they are able to come into their classroom. But the reason I did that was so that they can access the resources that are available to them in the building, the aids, the materials, and work with their building principals and assistant principals to be able to support the youngsters. So I'm working with the associations, the teachers associations, to work that out for those teachers that would be put them in a difficult situation, and we're working on that. So those are my recommendations tonight. I'd be happy to answer questions. I'd be happy to have both Steves, if they are so willing, to be able to comment on any of their proposals. I know that they've worked hard to make this right. I can't say enough about Matt Cashman, who has said we have tents going up in the schoolyards, so that maybe we can have some of our kindergarten kids come in and meet their teacher one-on-one and do their assessments. We have to do some of that. I know Michael Reardon has talked about our 9th graders. That's a big transition, maybe having some small group orientations for our high school kids. And if we have tents, we'll be able to do that. We have all of the PPE in place for all of our staff, whatever they need. Matt's been able to secure that. Continues. We got a delivery today of 6 or 7 more boxes of equipment that we'll have for our staff. And in addition, Matt's been working with our engineers, HVAC folks, to ensure that the air exchange, air quality is sufficient and meets the ASHA standards. So with all that in mind, and a lot of input from our families. I read all of those emails. I've read every one of them. I've tried to respond to as many as I could, and I responded mostly to the students. I will say that. I read all of them, but I did respond to the students.
You want to hear it?
So thank you, Kathleen. Someone needs to turn their mic off because we're hearing a lot of background noise. So if everyone could just check their mics. And so Kathleen, let me, I think here's how I had thought we would proceed with this. I think it would be great for board members to have the opportunity to ask questions of you and of the administrators who are here. And then, my understanding, again, what I'd like to do is to keep this conversation as focused as we can so that it doesn't end up super late like it did last time. I don't know if that will be possible or not, but let's try to save the board discussion and opinions until after we've heard the public comment. So I so appreciate what you said, Kathleen, about the need to respect and hear from all of our members of the public. And I think that is really, really important. And I think that we as board members need to do that before we start expressing our own opinions. And we have lots of opinions. We will have a robust discussion. We will take into account all of the information that we hear, both from the administrators and the members of the public. But if what we could do now is just ask questions but not get into a debate yet, and then we will hear the public, and everyone has the right to their 5 minutes, and I want to make sure that they have that if they want it, and with no interruptions or discussion among board members again. So if board members could ask the questions that they have, but let's try ourselves to avoid getting into a debate until after we've heard the public comment, because I think that will be most conducive to an orderly meeting that doesn't last too late. So,
hey Jenny, I can't raise
with
my
that
hand.
in mind, oh,
no, that's me, Barb. I just
okay.
want
So Barb, I will.
I can't raise my hand, so I just want to get
Barb, I will put you in the queue, and
Thank you.
I think before we start with the questions, I think there was one question that was asked earlier, Kathleen, and maybe you could answer that even up front, which is the weekly huddles on COVID. Who is in them? How do they work? We had talked about that at our last board meeting, and I wasn't exactly clear on what that meant. So if you could just describe that, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, thanks. I forgot to respond to that. I mean, we're meeting weekly with all of the stakeholders, and that's really the administrative team. We continue to get some advice from Dr. Noble, looking at the data, but more important is the work of our building administrators. They have worked tirelessly to try to put together plans so that they meet with us weekly. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, I have my weekly meeting with the principals because they have developed schedules. Schedules that will help the parents, will know what time school starts, when they're going to have their advisory, when are they going to have their reading lesson, what time is social studies or chem or whatever it is. They've also set the expectations for what does that class look like. It's not 90 minutes if it's a block, right, at the high school. It's not 90 minutes of a class. It's, you don't teach like that. They have set the expectations for the teachers. So we've been working on all of that and determining what that would look like, because that's really important to the parents. That was one of the big issues. The other thing they do, they're all ready to go. They're planning to have forums at the elementary forum. So the elementary principals they're all on the same page. They have all similar schedules and delivery of instruction so that they can talk to parents about what's going to happen at the elementary. And then we have forum for the high school and middle school. So parents are most eager to hear. And it's simple things. It's simple things like, coming in for kindergarten and how are we going to test and little things like that. Those aren't little things, but, for the parents, it's a big deal. And so we have some questions about buses. Terry's always included in that discussion around how we are going to do the buses and the bus routes, and he's working with everyone on that. So that's kind of it's almost, we say weekly, but I have to be honest, it's every day. It's every day.
Great. Thank you. And just one other question before I get to the other board member questions. How do you envision these issues being brought forward to the board? Because that's one of the things that I struggled with in kind of facilitating the last meeting. Like, at what level does the board make a decision? So you've got some specific recommendations that we will take up for a vote, but for other things that may be steps towards more, broader in-person instruction, how do you envision that working as a process? So you talked about it going through the instructional committee, and then would that go up to the full board, and how might that work?
I don't believe that that's a board decision. I think it's important to keep the board informed, but I think the delivery of instruction and the pedagogy and the practice is what we hired our instructional professionals, and that being the principals, assistant principals, all your curriculum people, your coordinators, your special education coordinators. That's their job, along with, by the way, myself and Donna, the folks that deal with those, and Bob Belmont. That's where we intercede. Bob meets all the time with his special ed staff, and Donna and I meet with all the typical, classroom staff and support. So I don't see all the particulars, although I always want to keep you informed. What does a day look like? I will share that with you. And because, as you remember now, that synchronous learning was a big issue. Kids and teachers, teachers and parents wanted more face-to-face time with their youngsters, to have time with their teachers, and we want that. Remember last year, it was like turn on a dime, do the remote. This time we have plenty of teachers have been taking workshops. We have workshops planned for them using Google Classroom. Pam's working on Zoom. So we have another platform to use that we think will be better for them and more helpful. But I think that belongs with our educators. But I think you should have a presentation about you know. Does that answer your question, Jenny?
Yeah, I think so. So I know other board members have questions.
Yes.
Tom has had his hand up for a long time. So let me go to Tom and then Barb. I think Barb is next. And then it'll be Gina, Jim, and Chuck. So Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So Catherine, I have a lot of questions. I'm going to try to limit them so that people get the best out of your answers. And I'm going to combine them. So for our ELL youngsters, our homeless, our at-risk SPED kids, what do you envision those deliveries of in-class information physically look like? If I'm a parent out there and I'm wondering what the heck is going to happen, I need to know, what is that going to look like? Are we going to have 5 kids? Are we going to have 3 kids? Are we going to do that based on a certain set of criteria?
Right.
And
go ahead.
Okay, I also have a couple more that are easier. Do we have an option? Do we have an alternative for having kids who I've just listed in those various groups, who are by federal, state law guaranteed help, including our 504 kids? Do we have an alternative that we could meet their needs, do you think, other than in school? So I'll stop at those 2, but I do have a couple of follow-ups that are pertinent to this.
So just remember now, remote learning is an option for everyone, right? The students can, if a parent says, I don't want my student to go to school, then they would continue receiving their services from case managers in a remote model. So that's one, that's, you know, it's not mandatory that they come to school. So just know that. Yeah. So the delivery would be those youngsters whose parents say, we want our youngsters to come into school, work with their teachers, whether it's special education, whether it's they have a 504, or whether it's ELL, whatever that looks like, that they will meet with their teacher. They will receive those, the goals that they have developed in their plans for all of those students, and continue in school. Now, this is, they receive their services. Let's say a special ed youngster receives an hour, 90 minutes of support a day. Then those students would remain at school in an area in the building, supervised by one of our ed assistants, and continue to participate online with their classroom. Because remember, we're doing remote, so those youngsters stay with us. They finish their lessons during the day, whether it's with their SPED teacher, maybe it's their speech and language teacher, OT, PT, whatever, right? And then when they've completed their services, they would go into an area where they would be supervised by an ed associate so that they could be online with their class. Remember, we're an inclusive school district, so we want those youngsters to participate. So that's how we look at it, and that's what we're working on. We know we have teachers that have indicated that they want to come back and work in the building, and we have some that said they would remote for situations that require them to be remote. And so in the case of special ed and ELL, Donna and Bob are working on those groups. The options, the alternatives are really the remote lessons that they would continue to have. There's, in the case of PT, we know that one of the agencies that provides PT is willing, the students could go to their place of business, if you will, to receive that service. But other than that, Tom, that's really the only other alternative for students to receive those services.
Okay, thank you. As far as our co-curricular, we have a ton of co-curricular programs in our middle and high schools. Will those be full-blown in-school meetings if parents select them?
If the parent allows the youngster to participate in extracurricular or the athletics, and again, it's, that's a family decision. I respect people who aren't ready to have their children return to school in any way, in any facet, so that they would have that choice. But yes, you're right. We have an incredible amount of activities for students, and they would come in for those activities. I mean, they wouldn't be in school all day. They would just to just do that activity. They would do that activity like they normally would after school. And that's why we're working with the bus company to help provide those students who would need transportation to get into school, so that they had that social and peer interactions that they are desperately missing.
I don't disagree with that. I just want to reiterate that for all of our co-curricular, it would be a very much a strictly parent choice. Am I correct?
That's correct. There would not be an expectation that they had to participate in the robotics club or the art club or the, whatever that might look like. That would be their decision.
Which is the same as all the time.
Right. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Tom. Are you done? I think
I am for now, and I'm
going to
going
move
to
on
use
to
the
Barb.
rest tonight. But thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Barb, go ahead. Barb, you're on mute.
Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you now.
Okay,
Yes.
so I want to clarify something. So our groups that would begin the year with in-person instruction, does that follow the hybrid schedule where they would have an in-person day, a remote day, an in-person day, a remote day, and then Wednesdays are empty? I just want to clarify. Or is this a 5-day-a-week thing? What is this exactly?
Right. It depends on the youngster. Remember, when we did the hybrid back when I presented it, we said that youngsters who are at risk or vulnerable, right? We said that they could come in more than just the 2 days, the A group or the B group.
So that would cover
in some cases, it's going to be based on their individual ed plans and what they need.
Right.
And again, I want to say this very clearly. If a parent says, I don't want them to receive their in-person therapies or whatever that might look like, although we have some parents that called and said, can I just come in for speech and language or my OT class, or maybe it's a lesson with a school psychologist or something like that. And we said, yes, you can do that also. We want to be as flexible as we possibly can.
What about CRTC? Is that going to be a 5-day-a-week thing, or is that the same way where they have a couple of classes in person and a couple remote?
Can I let Steve answer that?
Yep, I would love to hear it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Barb, students would not attend 5 days a week. First, I want to say that up front. What the juggle that we face right now is that we're trying to figure out how to pattern ourselves with 9 different schools.
Yeah.
So we're attempting to sort of set a goal to get a student in twice a week, maybe 3 times a week, something of that sort. So it's going to come down to almost building customized schedules for students once we get a handle on the patterns of their schools. So, for example, using Merrimack Valley as the example, we have 140 kids from Merrimack Valley. I'm in constant contact with their principal and director of guidance, and we're mapping out strategies on how to create a reasonable load. The main message is, on a global level, is we've got to stabilize.
Right.
We've got to get kids in, get expectations clear, implement, and then gradually grow. And maintain that structure the entire time as we go. So there's never a pretense of kids coming every day.
That answer eases my mind a bit, just because there's so many ifs and whats and all that kind of stuff. So that's helpful. Okay, so my other question is more of a comment. I think gone are the days in our district where too much can happen without the board being aware of what's going on. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but we've had horrible things happen in our district over years and years and years, not just the past 2. And as a board member, the hardest thing for me is to get an email or a phone call that's a bit frantic for something I've heard nothing about. So no, I don't need to be Steve Rothenberg. I don't need to be the special ed director. I don't need to be these people, but I don't want to be surprised by things. So I'm just responding to Jenny, your question sort of about the board process and all of that. I just feel that I know for me, if I'm one of 9 people that's going to vote on what I'm being told, I don't want to find out about it without really being a part of the process. I get that we can't have all these board meetings because they have to be advertised in public and then they're not, but I will say Kathleen's been very, very willing to answer questions and be forthcoming with information, but I'm not comfortable quite frankly, I'm not going to let anyone just do anything because we hired him to do it. I just feel as a board member and as someone that's been on the receiving end of some pretty crappy treatment, I'm not comfortable with that. I won't be a jerk, but I will ask the questions and I will be firm about wanting answers. So that's just for my teacher friends and my parent friends who are feeling unheard. Otherwise,
but I think that's why we have the instructional committee, so that we can bring forward the kinds of ideas and things that we want to present to you. I don't want to dictate how a teacher teaches in the classroom, and nor do you, right? But I want to be able to give you the model. I want you to see the options that are available. That's all. I think you're right. We have to constantly improve our communication.
And then the one last thing, I'll move on. Teachers that teach in Concord have several kids that may or may not go to school in Concord, may attend other districts, which are remote or whatever. That would be in our list of reasons that teachers may request to initially teach remotely.
That's correct. That's correct. And I've talked with the Teachers Association about that, because that's a real challenge to a family. That what do you do when you have, 2 or 3 kids at home and you need supervision for them? You can't just go off to work and leave little ones at home. So we're working on that, and I think we're in good places with that. And I want to make sure that again continue to get that message out to the teachers.
Right. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, Barb. Next, Gina, and then Jim. Gina, we're not hearing you.
Yep.
It looks like you're
Nope.
muted.
No, there's a lag. So,
Okay, I hear you now. So good. Go ahead.
sir, I have a couple of real concerns. One is, so if all the teachers come into the school and they are teaching remote, all the kids that aren't in the school, or not those 4 groups that we talked about, do we even, and I guess this may be for Pam, do we even have the bandwidth to be able to do that? 150 teachers, each on their own computer, each sending out a live video stream. Do we even have the bandwidth to do that?
Gina? Yes, I think we do. We've given notice to our internet provider to turn up the bandwidth at like a day's notice if we need to, and they can dial it right up. But normally we have 6,500 devices in the district online concurrently at a time. So I think we can handle 150 or a couple hundred teachers. I think that would be a fairly light load compared to normal.
Wow, I had no idea. That's really good to know. I'm like, how in the world? Because I know 2-3 people in our house and our entire system crashes. So,
but before you were on the board, Gina, we've invested a lot of money. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it was, Jack would know, but it's I think it was nearly $1 million in infrastructure, both wired and wireless, throughout the districts, and 2/3 of that was paid for by E-rate, but we put a lot of effort in 2016, 2017 to really improving things. So it's pretty good.
It was about 1.3 million.
Okay. So the other question I have that I'm really struggling with, because I've heard from a fair number of individuals in the community. Have we talked to the teachers directly? Like, how many are applying to be remote? How many What's the deadline? What's the process? What's the criteria? Who makes the decision? Is there appeal? How many people are going to be home? How many are willing to come in? And then we have to do that with the teachers, with the ed assistants, with any paraprofessionals. Do we have the numbers to even run this?
Right. Well, let me give you an example. Today's a great example. We had all of the CEOPA folks, all of our CEOPA staff, those are administrative assistants in our buildings and in our staff, all back into work, except those that were unable to, given some particular conditions and the criteria that we set out. And remember now, the criteria was threefold: their own personal health, the health of someone in their family, and childcare issues. And those requests, if they weren't able to do that, they went to our HR director, Larry Prince, and we've held them all. We haven't done anything with them, but I've been working hand in hand with the Teachers Association and all of the associations so that we can accommodate those folks. Yes, we have enough staff. We know we have some staff that will be at home and on remote, and we expect that. And we have teachers who more than willing. I mean, we've had a number of teachers say, I want to come in. I want to be in my classroom. Remember, they're going to be in their classroom by themselves. They're not going to have their students in there. They're going to be in their classrooms running their remote learning by themselves. So we believe there is. We have left it open, Gina, to be honest. I haven't put a closing on it because, things change every day. When we talk about our huddles, we know that the statistics and stuff changes. By the time school starts September 8th, things will change again. And we want to be ready to respond to that. But we probably, Larry, you were on this morning. You gave me a number. Larry, are you still on?
I am, yes.
Could you share with Gina the numbers that we talked about this morning at our meeting?
Yeah, so before last week, we were just accepting emails and letters from folks who said they were concerned or they had one of the three conditions. And then if it was a medical issue, we would ask for a doctor's note. And then last week, we started receiving forms, the Families First Care Response Act and ADA. So now we have people sending them to me. So I'm in the process of gathering those up, but to estimate, I would say we probably have 80 to 90 people who have requested to work remotely.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm new. I looked for this on the website and couldn't find it. How many teachers and paras do we have?
We have about 380 teachers and about 180 paras, give or take. Most of the requests are from teachers. I've gotten very few from the educational assistants and one or two tutors and 2 or 3 admin assistants, but the bulk of them are teachers.
Okay, I've heard from a lot of teachers who are very concerned. So that's where my questions are coming from. I'm good for now.
Okay, thank you, Gina. So Jim and then Chuck.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted here. First of all, I've heard from a lot of parents who are very, very concerned about not being able to send their kids to school. 80%, I believe, wanted to send into some sort of an in-school program. And I appreciate the fact that we're willing to accommodate people who have issues with children at home. Many parents are very afraid of having their children be home remote with no possible way of getting into school for even a hybrid program. So we need to be very sensitive at that. If we're going to do a lot of accommodation for our teachers, we need to do a lot of accommodation for our parents and students as well. But that said, I fully believe that any medical issues or ADA related issues should be handled by that. Use FMLA, ADA, sick time. If your doctor says you shouldn't be in, you shouldn't be in. My question with regards to the CRTC is that what I'd like to hear a plan of what actions will be taken if one of the 9 sending schools, or I believe 30 almost communities, has positive cases, COVID cases, or the communities have a spike in cases. How will we handle that in the CRTC?
Kathleen, you want me to start with this?
Yeah, you can start, but I want to finish it off because I've been working on a matrix, a decision matrix, that will answer Jim's question in terms of 1 case, 2 to 4 cases, 5+ cases, and what exact steps the district will take. Now, remember, once they step foot on Concord soil, if you will, they become ours, right? They're ours, and we oversee them. So they will have to abide by our rules. So go ahead, Steve. You start.
Yeah, I guess, Jim, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and first and foremost, we would depend on the health department, and I defer to Kathleen and district leadership on that model. But at the same time, we've got to get these systems in place where there's open communication. We're making good decisions. We're getting good guidance. I guess I'd answer you. I sort of look at it from a perspective of all the students who walk into our school have a degree of risk. And we better have our act together with regard to how they enter the school, how they move in the school, what happens in the classroom, what happens when they leave the classroom, what happens when they go to the bathroom, what happens when they walk out. As you know, I think you know that a sending school student is here for a relatively short period of time. They're not walking through the whole building. They're entering, going to their culinary class, and going home. So I guess I'd balance it in 2 levels. One is having a really strong system in place when they're here. 2 is working with Kathleen and especially the health folks in Concord at the state, make sure we have high communication and we have good models in place. I'll speak to on a personal level. Last week, I completed a contact tracing class through Johns Hopkins myself, and it just gave me more data to understand. I didn't take that course to be the leader of contact tracing. I took that course so that when the state or the city local health department gets involved, I'd be an asset to them, whose knowledge on how to migrate my way through. That migration would go for a Congress student and also go for a Kearsarge student. If, for example, one of those schools is an outbreak, we would really have to look to the health department and make sure we have the best guidance possible how to proceed. But we got to be ready to move immediately.
So one of the things that I worked on, Jim, was a matrix to be able to let you see the board. I was going to bring it to the instruction committee. I just finished it. I did a lot of research on other districts and how they were going to pivot when as you described, the student is diagnosed, right? So what do you do? So there will be 3 levels, and it'll be based on the number of students and the outbreak. In some cases, here's the draft of it. And please, this is just a draft. So please don't think that it's carved in stone, because it's just something I've been working on. But you can see that I have articulated 3 different levels and what would happen when one of those, when a student was diagnosed, and what exactly we would do in the schools in order to address it. So I haven't run this by anybody except, Jack and I talked about it, and I wanted to bring it to the instructional committee, and then obviously to you come our next meeting. So, and of course I agree with Steve. I'm relying on the folks over at the department. They have people set up exclusively to deal with contact tracing in schools. That's their function. That's what they do, and they're ready and willing on the phone to assist us in any way. So, I don't know if that answers your question, Jim.
No, actually, it answers both of you. Thank you very much for your answers and for the detail. I am actually very I was pleased to see your matrix, even though it's just a draft form.
Yeah.
So that we're making our decisions, all of our decisions, based on science and measures and facts and metrics, as opposed to anxiety and fear. So I think that's a great approach, and thank you both.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Jim, is that all your questions? He muted himself again. So I will take that as a yes and move on to Chuck. So go ahead, Chuck.
All right, thank you. I'm going to, and I know we want to keep our opinions till later, and I'm going to be respectful of that, but I am going to make an initial comment and then a couple questions. My initial comment is that I feel like we're talking a lot about how we're bringing students back and spending time focusing on that. What I'm a little concerned about is we're not talking about how we're going to make remote successful, and we just voted on remote. So I feel like we're pivoting really quickly here, and I'm just saying I'm not overly pleased with that. But I don't want you to address that right now. But I'm going to move on to my questions, but I did want to put that out there.
Okay.
So how many meetings have you had with the CEA and the CEAA as far as their position on this?
Well, the CEA is the teachers. I meet with them every week.
Okay.
But when I say that too, that I have a meeting, but I also have a lot of phone conversation and exchange and communication. I mean, Mike and I talked on Saturday, so we had an understanding. I meet with CEOPA. I just finished up with them. They were done on Friday, but that's kind of an open-ended. I have a meeting this week with the Ed tomorrow. This week I have a meeting with the Ed Assistant Associates.
Okay.
The president of that organization was away, so she's just coming back. So, and the NEA just set up a meeting for me with the tutors, and that's there's a small group of tutors that has an association.
Mm-hmm. And the CEA is supportive of this model? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I think they're supportive in the sense that they want to be able to have flexibility for their members.
Okay.
And that's what I've worked on, to give them the flexibility.
Okay. So 2 more questions. I'm trying to be sensitive to time. So how many teachers have requested leave?
I think Larry just reported out, I think he said 70.
No, I'm not talking about working remotely. Have any teachers requested leave separate from that?
Very, very few, Chuck. If I need to go through them, but I think probably 1 or 2.
Okay.
Everybody wants to work.
Okay.
That's the general consensus. Yeah.
Okay. And then my next question is just one clarification. So if I am a parent of a child that has an IEP and I choose to keep my child home, this is my choice. My IEP goals and needs are going to be met, correct? Even remotely.
Well, they absolutely have to.
Right.
We don't have a choice. We have to meet those goals as indicated by the governor's executive order number 64, and we have that responsibility. And we've worked really hard since the end of school to be able to improve the delivery of remote learning so that it is more face-to-face, more active, more interactive with the student and the teacher. Is it perfect for all kids? No, I think that's why we want to be able to give them the option of coming in, even if it's just to come in and work with their teacher, and then they can go home and be on remote if they want. I mean, we're trying to give as many options to those students and their families. Obviously, that could be difficult for some families in terms of transportation, but I also talked to Terry about that, the director of transportation, and how we would support youngsters who have learning challenges to get in and out of school and transporting them. So, I mean, he's a great problem solver. So we want options.
Okay.
To be able to deliver.
Do you have any sense of about how many students you're talking? Do you have a ballpark of students back? Have your building administrators made a ballpark between CRTC, IAPs, 504s? How many students are we talking?
Well, we knew that from all of the surveys that we did, we knew that 75% of our families wanted their kids back. So, I mean, we're talking about 25%, we think, and we've stuck with that all along, including the data from the New Hampshire Department of Ed. Remember, they did Concord. They broke out all the data, and that we had data on Concord. Same results as the surveys that Donna did in June. And so it's about 70% will access our programs, and 25% said, nope, I don't want my child in school.
No, but I don't think you understood my question. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm asking is, with having IEPs, 504 kids, the at-risk kids, how many are you thinking number-wise will be? Do your building administrators know that? I mean, they really know those kids. Steve Rothenberg knows his kids. I mean, I'm just curious. Just give me a ballpark number. Do we have that?
Steve, can you do that for CRT? I don't have that myself. Okay. I don't. But Steve, can you give me a number for what you think you'll have back?
Okay, I guess I'd answer you by saying we expect a high percentage. Okay. When I say high percentage, above 75 to 85%, even higher. But I want to caution that by saying, here we are today, it's August 17th, and my belief as a manager is to listen, build a platform, and when that platform is built, then people can make a decision what they're going to do. And so I think one of the hard questions you're asking is, relative to some other districts where decisions came out earlier, they were able to get a lot of data on, okay, do you choose A, do you choose B? So I think we're at the stage now where we've got a lot of informal feedback that people are going to come back and feel pretty positive about it. But we don't have that nail it down exact percentage at this point.
I know, and I understand that. I'm just worried the clock is ticking.
Right, yeah. But I instructed Bob Belmont, and tomorrow morning, and he's already got it all planned out, sent me all the information today, that they are ready to, every case manager will be reaching out to find out what the status, what the families want for their students.
Okay, so we have not done that.
No, we have, just like everything else, it's kind of a general, 70-25, 75-25 split.
Okay,
and we think that's going to play out.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. And Liza, thank you for waiting. You are up.
Thank you. I have a long list of questions. Most of them are not related to one another, so I'll just kind of put them all forward, and then maybe Kathleen can decide who can answer each one. The first one is about technology. We've gotten a couple of pretty good letters about the Chromebooks and the different softwares that are used to deliver remote instruction. I would like to hear more about planning around technology at each school level. I would love to hear more about our plans for preschool. I think that was one of the things we were going to dive a little bit deeper into tonight, but I understand that maybe that's not possible, but still I'm curious to know if we have gotten any further with a preschool plan. Given that COVID testing is becoming a little more accessible and affordable, I think it would be very cool to explore plans for potentially testing at least adults, if not students, as the year goes on. I understand that there are some instant or quick read saliva tests that are coming online, so that might be something to consider. We talked about, or we didn't go into depth yet about sports, but in our packet there was not anything about non-sport co-curriculars. So I just kind of would like a list of programs that and that doesn't need to happen tonight. But that actually goes to the next thing, which is I was glad to have a little more detail around the plans for in-person learning for the at-risk students, IEP, ELL, and so forth. If we could get some of that in writing on the website so that the community could have a better handle on, I mean, I'm sure there's many people who can't attend the meeting tonight. And so I know we don't have a lot of detail yet, but even if we could just get some outlines on the website so that people could have slightly better understanding of what we're looking at in 4 weeks, that would be very nice. And that's, I guess, communications is kind of my biggie as always. Let's do our, as well as we can to be talking to the community on a really regular basis. A message from Principal Fitzgerald the other day, because I happen to have a child at Runlet, but it would have been really nice to have that same information delivered to the board and to the community, so that everyone would have a sense of what's going on. And then I just want to say I'm very excited about the decision matrix. I think that's really important. And I share Jim's enthusiasm for paying close attention to the science so that we have some real metrics and measures for as things become really, we can have more confidence that it's safe. I mean, I'm feeling really pretty good about New Hampshire right now, but how can we make sure that we take advantage of our relatively clean bill of health? That was a lot, sorry, but thanks.
That's okay. I'm going to let Pam talk about technology because I've read some of those same emails. Pam, I know you're on. Can you respond?
I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, everybody. So there is a lot going on in technology right now. First of all, as you know, we're 1-to-1 for every child in the district. The one caveat to that was kindergarten was not entirely 1-to-1. It was maybe about one device for every 3 students. So we are filling in with iPads for kindergartners. I do want to mention that we have new Chromebooks coming into the high school. They actually arrived this week, which was thrilling because let me tell you, districts all over the state are not getting their shipments from, a lot of them are stuck in Asia right now. So we've actually sold all of our old Chromebooks already. They're already been promised out to other districts because they're desperate. So we're very, very lucky to be having the new devices coming in. So I think we're all set with devices for technology. On the virtual meeting side of things, teachers will still be able to use Google Meet. We did buy a pilot for this year, license of Zoom, which is pretty pricey when you do it across the district. So we are going to try that. We're particularly excited about the breakout rooms in Zoom. And then lots and lots of educational software across the district. We used some of our CARES Act money, and we spent quite a bit of money on about, I would say about 12, 13 new products that we're trying at different levels. So we have things for formative assessment. We have, my mind is blanking, there's so many, math and science simulations. We're standing up virtual servers in the cloud for our high school students who are in very specialized classes such as CAD and need to use all of those really heavy-duty Adobe products for graphic design. So we're looking at lots of initiatives like that. And then another one that I'm fairly excited about is we had a small committee representing teachers from across the district, and we selected a tool called Parent Square for parent communications. They use that in both, so some of you may have heard of it. It's an app that parents will be able to use for all kinds of communications, and we'll use it for district communications, school-wide communications, teacher-to-classroom communications. It's a place parents and students can go to get lists of links and other resources as well. So we're working on onboarding with that and particularly excited about, we just really think we need to ramp up those communications to families and have sort of a central place for them to go for information.
Thanks, Pam.
You're welcome.
Liza, I want to address the preschool issue because I sort of grouped preschool in with providing for at-risk students. We, as you know, how important it is to be able to service our 3-year-olds as soon as we can, those youngsters that need those services. So again, it will be very personalized. If you think about personalization of our business, I think we're going to see more and more of that. This is a good example. What does the student need? Where is the parent? Again, we had calls from parents saying, can I just bring them in for their therapy or speech and language or whatever their particular issue was? And of course we said yes. And those students that require much more structure, much more time, much more work with their teachers, those youngsters will be able to come in. That's because they all have an individual education plan. The one piece of preschool that we are holding off on is the typical youngsters. We will be just servicing youngsters with IEPs in our preschool program. List of programs, great. Thank you. I didn't have a list, but I've gotten a lot of messages from folks who run extracurricular, and they're lining up. Can I do? And I always say yes because I know it's for the kids, but obviously I needed your blessing on that. But I will get a list of all of the kinds of after-school extracurricular activities like band and robotics and all those things. The schedules are done. I've seen them. I reviewed them with the principals. Matter of fact, tomorrow morning will be our last meeting on those, and they'll be ready to get those out, and we'll get them posted on their own Facebook websites for each school as well as our own, so that parents have opportunity to see that. I think that will be very helpful as it relates to the remote learning and what the expectations are. We'll never disagree about the importance of communication, and, I've got to be better at getting letters out or, getting messages out to the families a little bit more frequently. And especially now I feel more comfortable because we're getting closer and closer to what it will look like on September 8th. Hope, my fingers are crossed about testing. I don't know how that will work for us. You can test one day and, 2 days later you could have the virus, but I think that's something that we need to look at. I will say that I didn't mention it. All students coming to school, as well as our teachers, will have temperature taken, as well as they must review the checklist of those health questions that are asked everywhere you go right now, right? It doesn't matter where you go, doctors, hairdressers, it doesn't matter. They ask you those questions. So those will be also in place for staff entering the building. Liza, did I cover everything or tried to? Did I miss anything?
I think that was everything I asked about. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great, thank you. And excuse me, I don't see any other board members with their hands up. Dave and Danielle, you did not ask any questions. Did either of you want to ask any questions?
I'll ask a question. I can't raise my hand, so I'm sorry for butting in.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question regarding sort of the transition from remote to hybrid, whenever that might happen. For example, if one of my kids started the year, obviously we're all starting remote, and then they decide we feel comfortable and we are ready to send them hybrid, if the teachers that they've had all along are ones that have decided that they want to stay remote, then will my kids be transferred into a different class, or how will that work?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I'm feeling that it will be inevitable that may happen, Danielle. Because that's what this is about. You're assigned a class as a remote learning. You have your class of 20 youngsters, and then when we go to hybrid, it's half and half. So, in terms of schools. So we haven't found a solution yet to that. but you bring up a great question because it's important. It's not so bad with the older kids, because they're used to having different teachers, right? But it's the young ones that, first, second, third grade that we're trying to figure that out. Interestingly enough, maybe it's the population age. I don't know what it is. I don't have all the detail, but it's our elementary teachers are younger, and our elementary teachers don't. It seems like more of them are willing to come in. So we'll see how that works out. But that's a great point.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, Danielle. Dave, did you have any questions? Excuse me.
Well, yeah, I have one, and that's it's a concern that a lot of parents had with preschoolers and kindergarten, first grade, that the kids just developmentally aren't able to access the computer programming. They're just too young, and it's pretty hard for them to manage that. So my question to Kathleen is, we recognize that's really going to be hard. I think if you are going to bring kids in, it's nice that you're bringing in kids with IEPs who need that special attention. But I was always also wondering, since remote and computers is so hard for those little guys, is there some thought about if we could handle that differently? Thank you.
Well, we've talked about that with Pam and with the team because we recognize that some kids in some families were really challenged with that, right? And so one of the goals between now and when we start in the 8th is to do some family technology so that maybe if the kids are at home on remote and there's a family member there and there has to be somebody there because they are young, that there would be support for them, and we'll do some family training. I have the same concerns, Dave, about the young kids. I'm very worried about their reading and math and their early learning and their developmental stages relative to their emotional, intellectual, physical, and social growth. I am very worried about them.
So excuse me, so is that something that there may be further discussion at the instructional committee level going forward as we think about, how things develop over time? Is that
right.
Fair to say?
Yeah, at the instructional level, as well as when we meet every week with our instructional leaders in every building, our building principals, assistant principals, and curriculum people. So that's huge.
Okay.
These are also great examples of questions that I think will answer themselves as the process goes along. I've used the analogy several times that you don't worry about your third grader's freshman English teacher because there are all these grades to go through before you pick that teacher. And there are so many things for us to ponder and talk about and analyze before we make the next decision. So all those logistical pieces, as we go along here, I think will be answered by if rates and will be answered by what's happening. Are we healthy? Is it working? Are more teachers able or willing to come into the buildings? And I think a lot of these things will iron out as we go along.
Great, thank you, Barb, and thank you for all the questions. I thought those were great questions, and the answers were really helpful as well. And they did address a number of the concerns that we've heard in our messages from the public. Kathleen, is there anything else? So again, what we want to do is to hear public comment before we move into a board discussion. Was there any other information that you would like to present to us before we move to public comment?
Jenny, I think I covered everything. I think it's really important for the community to be heard tonight.
Great, thank you, and so do I. So let us move into agenda item number 7, which is public comment. And what I wanted to do first was, again, to say thank you to all of those who already submitted comment via email. And Danielle has done a summary of those comments and would like to just present that tonight so that folks can know that we have heard you at a very high level, and then we look forward to hearing you individually through the public comment period. So Danielle, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to cruise through as quickly as I can because we received, well over 100 emails combined with the emails that were sent directly to the board members as well as to the Concord info email portal. So there was a lot to go through, but I tried to sort of summarize it into a couple of big chunks. Number one being sports. We received over 54 emails at last count, 51 for having some sort of athletic center of any sort, 3 who were against that. And that does not include the petition that we received that had over, again, at last count, over 700 signatures trying to enact at least some sort of athletic season. The number one thing that sort of kept coming up over and over was how important that was for both physical and mental health, especially where we're starting remote. Kids are going to be on their computers a lot, that getting out in fresh air was really important to them. Again, being outside in the fall is a little bit different than having to be in a classroom, sometimes 90 degrees on the 5th floor of Concord High with 30 other kids. So they're trying to sort of make some sort of distinction between why it's okay to have sports, but maybe to start the school year remote. A couple of suggestions from parents and from students as well were having students showing up ready to play, so we're not using locker rooms, making the radius of opponents smaller so that there's less distance to travel. Parents could transport if buses weren't available or if social distancing wasn't available or wasn't an option. And then obviously if athletes or coaches didn't feel comfortable, that of course they could opt out of a season. Again, they really a lot of people referenced those NHIAA regulations that were set forth just recently that outlined some different measures that could be taken to make sports more safe. But also they did a good job of sort of ranking sports as very, for example, football being maybe more of a risk because it's high contact versus cross country or golf, which is more availability for social distancing. The people that did voice opinions against sports this season just sort of had that feeling that if we're starting the school year remote and it's not safe to be in a classroom, then we probably shouldn't be doing sports. The next big topic of conversation was about CRTC. It was almost unanimous. Pretty much every email that we saw or every comment that we saw was to have CRTC have at least some form of in-person instruction, that those courses just really lend themselves well to the in-person instruction. We heard from people who were involved in cosmetology, construction, auto, medical fields. Those things just are really hard to do over the computer. One quote that really stuck out to me was from a student who said, "We want and chose to be here, so we would fully cooperate with any and all safety measures that you put in place." CRTC is obviously a little bit different than the high school because those kids apply to get into that program. Again, we heard, as Kathleen mentioned, from teachers and students with concerns about kids who have IEPs and how we're going to meet those needs. Realizing that the spring was crisis mode, but realizing also that if we're moving into sort of a long-term situation being remote, that the kids really need something more than what they had in the spring. Kids who have significant modifications really need that one-on-one interaction to access their education. Similarly, for students who are English language learners, homeless, or otherwise at risk. There was one really poignant letter, I thought, from an 11-year-old student who had actually tested out of her school's ELL program, but she was worried for her friends who are in charge of taking care of their siblings and how they could do that remotely. Also having some trouble with their Chromebooks and whose parents might not speak English. So those were some of the big ones. Also, we did hear from people saying, what is the school board looking for in terms of hard data when it comes to making a decision about going back in the classroom? People looking for data, and for us to recognize that there is some hard data out there. So that's the gist of things.
Great. Danielle, thank you so much. And, we all read those emails, but it was really, really helpful to have you go through them and summarize them. I really, really appreciate that. Great. So let's move forward with public comment. And so I think I will be turning it over to Jack, who has done a great job of managing this so far. So I will not dictate exactly how it happens. But what we want to do is hear from each person who wants to comment. Under our policy, we do have a limit of 5 minutes per person. And I think that's the only limit that we would like to enforce because we adopted that. So it would be fair to everyone. If someone wants to have less than 5 minutes, we certainly appreciate brevity. But just let us know when you're done because we really don't want to cut anybody off. And again, it's not our intention to respond to any comments tonight because we want to make sure that we have time to move forward with our discussion afterwards. So I will restrain myself, and I'm speaking to myself because I like to get into conversations with people, and I will not do that tonight. So thank you, Jack, for managing the public comment, and we are all looking forward to hearing from everyone. So, Jack, I think you're muted. I'm not sure whether you're talking or not.
Oh, I was.
Okay, there.
I
Go
guess
ahead.
my little button
I hear
doesn't
you
work,
now.
so I apologize. So I'm going to start with Melanie. I'll start with the hands first. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself, state your name, where you're from, and go ahead with your comments.
Hi, this is Melanie. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think Kathleen's doing a great job, as are all the board members. We appreciate all that you're doing. I'm a little bit confused. Are we on for remote for September 8th, or are we discussing that? And I just wanted to say that I vote for CRTC being open is really important. These are definitely hands-on trades. I think there's some aspects of it that can be remote, but there's a lot of it that really needs to be hands-on. And I just wanted to say, I have 2 kids in the high school, and none of them play sports in the high school, but there is a correlation between physical activity and depression. It helps with depression. It lowers depression. So just kind of, I don't know if that's helpful. It is good for kids to be outdoors. It also helps with their eyesight. So just kind of a couple comments there, and I'm all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Jack, it's Lyndon. Could people making public comment please identify themselves, whether they're Concord residents, and give their full names first and last for the minutes? Thank you very much.
Yep, I will ask that again. If they don't, I will reinforce that. Thanks. So the next one on the list with their hand raised, Michelle Beauregard. Please unmute yourself and go ahead and state your name and where you're from, just to confirm who you are.
Hi, my name is Michelle Beauregard. I am from Concord. I have a child at each school, Beaver Meadow, Runlet, and the high school. It sounds like someone asked one of my questions earlier, that we're not really entirely sure what's going on with students who may not be returning if we do go back hybrid. And I guess my question to follow that up is just, do we have a timeline? I'm concerned. I'm very excited that there's a new way of teaching the kids this coming session. I know how much work has been put into this, so thank you to everybody involved. But since I will have 3 kids in 3 schools following these quote unquote schedules that I've already received emails from the high school and middle school, thank you, but not my elementary school. I guess I'm just wondering, when are some of these decisions going to be made as far as that, so that I can make a decision about what to do with my kids and figure out how I'm going to be able to fit in work and stuff. And are these decisions being made at the district level, or is it a conversation I need to have individually with the schools?
Jenny, based on your comment, I'm going to continue and move on to the next one. Pamela Walsh, please go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comment. Again, say your name and where you're from, just to confirm who you are.
Pamela Walsh. I'm from Concord. I have a rising second grader, Krista McAuliffe. I appreciate how difficult this is for the board, and the lack of clear state and federal guidance has made it unnecessarily difficult. We all want our kids, our teachers, and our staff and their families to be safe. But at this moment, we appear to be in the long haul with this virus, and we need a long-term plan. Too many children will lose too much if we stay with this current model indefinitely. I appreciate that we recognize the need for criteria. I wish that had happened earlier. I worry that we're losing our window for in-person learning before flu season hits, when the crossover in symptoms will be too much to keep the schools open. That being said, I would encourage the board to decide tonight how it's going to develop that criteria if it's not willing to use one of the available models, such as the one from the Harvard School of Public Health, and to set an aggressive schedule of setting that criteria before your next meeting on September 8th. I'd also like to say, and I think as you hear the unanswered questions from parents tonight, school is supposed to start in just 2 days, and parents still have very little information about how remote learning will work. We all scrambled really hard last year to come up with plans and to do the best we could. But I think anyone who experienced remote learning last year will tell you that most days it was a disaster, with kids, parents, teachers in tears. We barely made it through doing the bare minimum. And next year, parents are going to be operating with less of a safety net, with apparently greater expectations. As we've seen in multiple board meetings, the technology is not optimal. Now imagine you're teaching a group of first graders who can't mute themselves, or think it's funny not to. I'm glad to hear there's plans in the works and there's forums in the works, but they need to happen now. And parents need to know how remote learning is going to work, what our schedules are going to be, because we have to find childcare, babysitters, people to share remote learning, figure out if kids need separate devices and separate remote systems. This is urgent for families and for children, and the school board needs to be treating it more urgently. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the 3 phone numbers, and I also see Mr. Wood there raising his hand with the green background. I just want to acknowledge you that I do see you. So you may have trouble raising your hand, but let me hit the 3 phone numbers, and then I'll hit you, sir. Is that okay? Excellent, thank you. All right, phone number ending in 6937, area code 603. If you would hit *6 and unmute yourself, please go ahead and make your comment. Make sure you state your name and where you're from. Understanding from the other night that there might be a little bit of a delay between people watching Channel 6 or YouTube, I'll give a little bit more longer lead time. I also acknowledge some people may just be on listening, but I will give a little bit longer lead time. Again, 6937, area code 603. If you have a comment, hit *6 and unmute yourself. And I'm going to move on to 0599, area code 603. If you would hit *6, unmute yourself, state your name and where you're from, and make your comment, please. #0599, area code 603. *6, state your name, where you're from, if you want to make a comment. Okay, I'm going to move on. Phone number ending in 3176, area code 603. If you have a comment, please state your name and make your comment. Again, phone number ending in 3176, area code 603. If you have a comment, please unmute yourself by hitting *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment.
Hello?
Yes, there you go.
Oh,
3176.
okay, sorry about that.
Go ahead, state your name and where you're from, please.
Sure. My name is Deb Leahy. I have a sophomore at Concord High School. And I already sent in a letter and was quoted in the Concord Monitor. So I don't really have that much more to add other than with the kids in Concord being the only ones locally not going back to school, I really think they deserve the choice to participate in sports and activities. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wood, if you would unmute yourself, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. My name is Clayton Wood, and I'm from Pittsfield. I'm sharing on behalf of CRTC. I would like to have some online or on-site teaching this year. I'm also sharing for my daughter, who's in the program, has been accepted into the program. She's been very excited about taking part in this program. She knows that this is an opportunity for her to learn about computers and participate in a higher skill level than she'd be able to do in the past. She was very taken by the people there. She asked me to share tonight so that you would know that not only I wanted to go there, she wants to be there. So she would appreciate any online or on-site training that she can get at your school. I haven't had a chance to go to CRTC to see what the place looks like because of the COVID. She's been accepted and she's been telling me quite a bit about it. So without even attending a day of your programs, it's working. So thank everybody involved, and I just wanted to share all of that, and thank you. And hopefully, I understand this is a very difficult decision for everybody to make, but at this level, I think the earlier parent said something about it, this being a critical part of this program, the hands-on. So any type of effort that Steve can make to bring students in, I appreciate the effort you're taking, and I will support any on-site training. Thank you so much for the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks to the Pittsfield folks.
Okay, Doug Miles, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself and make your comment. Make sure you confirm who you are and where you're from.
Hi, I'm actually his daughter, Madison Miles, and I'm going to be a senior this year, so I just had a comment to say. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. My name is Madison Miles, and I'm going to be a senior at Concord High School. I've been a part of the Concord cheerleading program since the summer going into my freshman year. This fall will also be my second year as a cheer captain. I, like many of my teammates, are hoping and praying that we get the chance to have a season this year for myself and others, our senior season. For me, this sport is so much more than just 6-day-a-week practice sessions, the constant conditioning we do to our bodies, the thrill of being on the sidelines at various sporting events, getting our crowds fired up, or the shot at winning another state championship. This sport and the people in it have become my life. These coaches and teammates have gotten me through a lot of highs and lows of school, and I can't for 1 second imagine Concord High School without cheer in it. Cheer is a community, a family, a passion, a home, and most importantly, cheer has been the constant in my life. As a freshman, I had no idea that it would become such a huge part in my life. I plan to continue cheering at the collegiate level next year, which is why having a season is so crucial for me and others that have the same dream. I understand the circumstances surrounding a decision will be hard, but not allowing us to participate in sports, band, and extracurricular activities would be heart-wrenching to me and all the other student athletes that have given so much for the opportunity to represent Concord High on the field, the track, and like me, the mat. If you haven't been to a football game and heard the band from a distance walking from CHS to Memorial Field, getting louder and louder, then you have missed an awesome experience on those Friday nights. Speaking for the cheer team, I can tell you that we have participated in all the guidelines and safety procedures that have been put in place. I have also read the NHIAA guidelines for cheer, and as a team, we did follow them in the summer during our workouts. We are willing to do all those things to ensure that we can at least just have a season. For myself and all the other seniors at CHS, this is our last chance to be a part of our schools, sports, and families. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I sincerely hope that you take into consideration just how much cheer and sports in general mean to so many of us at the Concord High prior to making your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Sheila Serrano, if you could confirm your identity, where you're from, and unmute yourself and make your comment, please.
Hi, my name is Sheila Serrano, and I have a student in the MV community. I'm from Bosquen. I just think I'm talking specifically about CRTC. I have a daughter who just graduated from that program, and it's phenomenal. And my son just applied. It's something that they have to apply for. It's very competitive to get into the program. I don't know how it is in Concord, but I know in MV, a lot of people are trying to get in, and those that are able to get in, it's a huge program, and hands-on is very, very key for this program. He happened to be accepted into the culinary program. I don't see, if it isn't hands-on, at least for a couple days, I'm just really curious how he would learn how to be a chef and cook without any instruction and doing it remotely. I do work, my husband works. I really don't want him playing with chef knives without me being there. I don't know how you would assess what he cooked to see if it was correct or what it should be. And the value out of the program, I mean, this is something that he wants to join the Navy and be a chef. And this is key for him. Even if it's a couple days a week, to be able to apply what they're reading and learning would be a huge benefit. And it's not just the chef, but even theater arts, my daughter was in, and she learned so much through that program. And, automotive, how do you do mechanics from home? A lot of people don't have the tools. Multimedia, they don't have those kinds of computers at home. They're pretty robust, a lot of memory and everything, different programs to be able to do a lot of the marketing and things. It's just something that's I think going to be very hard to do remotely. And I think if you take the hands-on out of it, you lose the benefit of the program. The benefit is so key. I mean, it's a huge program. It's phenomenal. it's outstanding what Concord has been able to do for surrounding communities as well. It's really great. I can't thank you guys enough for allowing other schools and communities to participate in it. It's huge. The only other thing I have to ask is, if for some reason it does stay remote, if a student is a sophomore, would you allow them to defer a year, or would they have to reapply? Then that's all I have, and just thank you for your consideration and have a good night.
Great, thank you. Next one, Jonathan Lax. If you have a comment, please unmute yourself, identify yourself, state where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
My name is Jonathan Lax. I'm from Concord. I live in the South End. I have a son who's going to be a freshman at Concord High School. I also have a stepson who was going to be a freshman at Concord High School. His mother and I made the decision he's going to unenroll from Concord and go to Bishop Brady because he needs more attention than we think he can get remotely. I suspect there are lots of parents of Concord High School and other schools in the city who have chosen to withdraw from the Concord Public Schools to seek education elsewhere because they're so disappointed in how the board voted a couple of weeks ago to go fully remote, despite the data that says that we live in a community where it would be safe to send kids back to school. I think that the district stands to lose quite a bit in terms of the people who are going to be leaving. I heard today that the president of the PTO at CMS, where my kids went, has had to resign as the head of the PTO because she's putting her kids in private school as well. I really, really urge the board to reconsider what it did 3 weeks ago, since the data now says that we have less than one case per 100,000 people. And in a community that's doing that well, kids ought to be able to go back to school safely. I think now the idea that we need to quickly figure out how quickly we can get them back to a hybrid model, you're running in different directions, and I think that is really problematic. So please keep your eye on how best to get most kids into school safely, rather than trying to dig yourselves out of the hole you put yourself in a few weeks ago. I'm very disappointed, and I hope that you will take steps as quickly as possible to get as many kids into school as quickly as possible. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move now to the next three phone numbers. Phone number ending in 8900, area code 603. If you have a comment, please unmute yourself by hitting *6. State your name and make your comment. #8900, you're unmuted. Go ahead. State your name,
Hi,
please,
my name,
and where you're from.
sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Alora. I'm going to be a senior at Kearsarge Regional High School, and I've been going to Concord the past year doing CRTC. I have absolutely loved the program. It has been so amazing. I'm in the health science, and I'll be doing an ELO, which is working with the EMT students for the first semester and then doing a private study for the second. But getting that hands-on, like people have said, contact is just so important for the program, whether it's cooking, whether it's automotive and tech, whether it's theater. It's just been really important and really helpful for the school year. And doing remote, it simply does not work as well. It's possible, and the COVID that's going on is it's really serious. But with cautious people going in, wearing the mask, social distancing, I feel like it would be okay. What I was talking to the principal about, vice principal, is going remote from my school. So I would not be going to Kearsarge at all, but I would only be going into CRTC. And that's what other schools are thinking about doing. So it would be less exposure. It would only be the kids that you're around, and you would still be wearing masks. But that's what I think about being able to let CRTC students get that experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next phone number ending in 7989, area code 603. If you would unmute yourself, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment, please. Again, 7989, area code 603, phone number. If you have a comment, please unmute yourself by hitting *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment. Okay, I'm going to move on. Last phone number ending in 2580, area code 603. If you have a comment, please hit *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment, please. Again, this is the third phone number. I'll go back to the hand raising in a moment, but again, I'm just trying to give a little bit of a time in case people are watching on YouTube or Channel 6, because there could be as much as a 20, 30, even maybe 40-second delay before they hear it. So again, 2580, area code 603. If you have a comment, hit *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment. Okay, going back up. Okay, David Saunders, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself, state your name, confirm your name, where you're from, and make your comment, please.
My name is David Saunders, and I am a Concord resident with students at Abbott School. I also, with my family, am personally involved with 2 other school districts in the state in the same geographic region corridor of I-93. I do not fault the current administration, the interim superintendent. I think that coming in at the very tail end of what should have been a much longer planning process, starting back in May, the areas that the district is at fault with is not her fault. But with all the other issues that have been being addressed by the district.
Why is he not wearing a mask?
During this time is, someone's not muted. Thank you. Looking at where the district is at, which next to other districts is very far behind in the detailed presentations. A lot of other school districts have provided 25 to 30 slides, 2.5-hour detailed presentations outlining to the districts exactly what procedures are being planned for their students. And those plans were presented for most of the point over a month ago, and then decisions were made after that with some finer details being laid out. Looking at the information and data being brought forth this evening, my proposal to the board, if you vote to commence any in-person instruction, would be to delay the start of in-person instruction for CRTC, IEP, 504, ESL, and at-risk students till the beginning of October. Set a date that you want to be successful at it, instead of setting to be successful at it with a very short window of time to accomplish that. This would allow time for administration and staff to develop an effective plan to implement this instruction in a safe and equitable manner. There are too many questions left open tonight about who, what, when, where, how, that it's not you can't make a decision tonight to do something because there is no plan. The better plan would be to say, we want a plan for October, set a date, and then by the next school board meeting, the administration come with that specific plan after they take the time to be able to do the information gathering to effectively complete this plan. This will allow time in September to develop these plans for in-person instruction and allow the remainder of August to focus on remote learning and gathering concrete numbers, not percentages, numbers. Several of the school board members tonight asked for numbers, and they were not getting that. 25% could be 100 students, could be 200 students. What is the whole number of students, and what specific students are looking to utilize these programs? Is a student is going to be in a room with 5 students? Are 12 other students receiving in-person IEP instruction? Because if 15 students are going to be receiving IEP instruction in person, you might as well have the whole school in a hybrid model. And that's not what the school board board voted for last week. These concrete numbers pertaining to these students can be collected, also allowing time to complete the required IEP meetings in September as mandated by the governors in his plans. Now, it's a lot of stuff that I know you guys need to look at. I know that the school board has made a choice, and I agree from that choice from the aspect of a teacher looking at a school situation where as soon as you get in there, people are going to be sick with symptoms. All of those symptoms, as the state has come out with, must be treated as possible COVID symptoms, whether they are or they aren't. That person must go home. That person must be tested or quarantined. Whether that's a staff member or a student in the school, that is what will have to happen as mandated by the state. You will all of a sudden, even if you open up these limited programs, be dealing with shortages of staff, students that are now having to receive instruction remote because they can't receive it in person because they have a cough or a cold. These are the kind of situations that need to be determined before we can effectively start in-school instruction. And these plans are not laid out in detail yet because our school district got too late of a start to put this information down. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca McHugh, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment.
Hi, this is Rebecca McHugh. I have 2 children in the Concord School District. Oh, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
Can hear you.
Yes.
So I have a child at Runlet and I have a child at Concord High School. And my high schooler is here and has a quick comment too. But what I just wanted to say are a couple sort of philosophical points. One is that I think I appreciate the work that the SAU and the board members are doing. And I think that what everyone would like to have happen and what needs to needs to occur for, safety are not really the same thing. So I guess I'm just putting out my public 2 cents that I'm part of a group who very much wishes my kids could go back normally, but I also think that what I want versus what is necessary are not really the same thing right now. So I appreciate all the thought you're putting into this, and I appreciate the slow, steady decision making. And I agree with the previous caller, David, about taking the time to actually make a plan and implement it. And if it means that everyone, including the most at-risk kids, are remote for a couple extra weeks, and you take the time to plan, that is really very wise. And then I wanted to say that I would like to know, or I'd like to hope that the Concord School District will set some parameters for parents. Like if we're doing some remote learning and it's a synchronous schedule, then teachers obviously are expected to be online when they need to be and provide instruction, but parents too need to have some ownership and need to have their children rolling out of bed before noon and being engaged in the lessons that are provided. So it's kind of like the old adage that it takes a village. It does. There's a lot of blame being hurled at teachers these days, and I don't teach in Concord, but I feel for the Concord teachers who are feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then, well, my daughter wants to offer her 2 cents about sports, and knowing there's only 5 minutes, I will let her speak now. So you have to say who you are.
I know. Hi, I'm Gracie McHugh, and I'm going to be a sophomore this year at Concord High School. And so it's really important to me that, we have sports in a safe way because academics, kids who may not be, the greatest students in the world, they try to, keep up their grades. I know because, they try and do good at sports and they want to do sports, so they try and keep up good grades. And then it's also a way to see friends because even though we're doing remote learning, which I think is the best decision because it's the safest decision, it's a way that they can socially distance with their friends and socialize with them. And then the coaches, especially my cross country coach, she's like family to me because it's not like she just coaches me with cross country. She can talk to me about anything. And so, yeah, thank you.
Previous board meeting 2 weeks ago
how you guys have refused to address concerns of racism and directly to the people who have commented in both past board meetings and people who will address concerns, I'm sure, in this board meeting. So silence, honestly, is one of the ways that people are complicit, and being complicit with racial discrimination is honestly one of the worst things that someone can do. And as board, I think you should be leading an example by responding to those people who have experienced racial discrimination in this school district for many, many years. And I feel that, and I have a younger sister who is a person of color and who goes to school at the Concord School District, and she experiences racism on a daily basis there. And to have you guys be silent and not respond to people who have asked you genuine questions and who deserve answers, it just really makes me upset to know that you guys seem to not care about what they have to say and responding to them, which they deserve. And a very important quote that Martin Luther King Jr. is, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." So my question that I have for you board members is, what side of history will you be on?
Well, this is Barb, and I certainly hope that I'll be on the right side, and I will take suggestions and education and having my feet held to the fire to do what I need to do to make this better.
Okay, for additional comment, I'm also going to call on Madeline Minell because she's having trouble raising her hand. So if she could unmute herself and go ahead and make her comment.
Thank you.
State your name and where you're from, just to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Minot. I live here in Concord, and I'm the parent of a child that attends Crystal McCullough School. I would like to echo some of the previous comments asking the board to disclose the criteria regarding new virus cases and virus transmission that they find necessary to be achieved so that you would approve some amount of in-person learning. As mentioned, the Harvard Global Health Institute has made available some very helpful metrics. And according to them, Merrimack County, New Hampshire is in the green zone, where these experts would recommend that it is safe to participate in in-person learning. But you decided to go against that recommendation, as well as the recommendation of the infectious disease specialists who presented at the previous meeting. It's therefore unclear where you are setting the bar to allow in-person learning, and that is difficult for us to understand where we're headed and what it is that the situation needs to be so that our children can attend school. So I would urge you to do that. I'm also asking you to reconsider only allowing remote learning for the earliest grades. Concord School District is out of step with all the other districts in the area regarding this. Even the districts that are going mostly remote have adopted a hybrid model for the earliest grades. Manchester is doing hybrid for pre-K, K, and first grade. Hopkinton is doing hybrid for K through 3. They've recognized that these earliest grades have specific needs. They need the building blocks of their education. And I don't think that those earliest grades can have an adequate education with remote only learning. So I think it's unfortunate that you adopted a one-size-fits-all approach at your last meeting, because a first grader and a high schooler have very different learning needs. And some of those needs might be met adequately through online education, but I don't think that's the case for first graders. Finally, you're considering allowing sports this evening. I want to make it clear that I'm not advocating against sports, but it's going to be very hard to understand why you're not allowing, for example, first graders to learn with their teachers, because you're asking them to interact online with a stranger that they have never met, while you're going to allow sports where there will be physical contact between students. I think we need to prioritize education and learning. And if you can find a way to allow sports, you need to find a way to allow our students to get the education they deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next three phone numbers. Phone number ending in 4375, area code 603. If you have a comment, please hit *6, state your name, confirm where you're from, and make your comment. Again, 4375, area code 603. If you have a comment, please hit *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment. Okay, phone number ending in 5787, area code 603. If you have a comment, please hit *6, state your name, where you're from, and make your comment, please. 5787, I see you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please state your name and where you're from, please.
My name is Chris Russell. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. I'm a resident of Concord. I'm also an educational assistant at Runlet Middle School, and I'm alone.
Great.
Dear board, every one of us needs to be safe, not safer. I believe that to do what's safest for students, we need to first do what's safest for the educators who help them. It should go without saying that this pact ensures highest quality of care. I know in my own less common case, I live alone and have no family left, save a brother I'm estranged from for reasons I won't mention here. I don't have to worry about bringing home infection to others, even with my asthma, and in December what may be diagnosed as a non-contagious autoimmune disorder. I can justify returning to the in-person helping of a student whose extreme needs put them at equivalent risk to me. For parents, teachers, and specialists with families, I can't begin to understand how anyone might justify their return to school right now for in-person learning. My greater worry, however, is that expecting the approximately 2,200 special education teachers and the nearly 10,000 teaching assistants New Hampshire employs to work with students in person right now will only add to the maelstrom of social neglect most of us are already trying not to be swallowed by. And add to that paraprofessionals, while trained by special education teachers and various specialists who require them to assist with caseloads, often execute for most of the year as touch-and-go behind-the-scenes rehab workers, consultants, trauma care specialists, behavioral managers, coordinators, physical caretakers, mental health workers, instructors, data keepers, and Medicaid claimers, and deciding whether children with IEPs and the paraprofessionals who work with them should return to in-person learning gets even more slippery. Many paraprofessionals who move from role to role at a moment's notice, unlike many special education teachers, travel all day with students wherever they go in the building. COVID-19 likes to travel too. I think we can all agree COVID-19 isn't playing equitably. But while it appears to favor certain conditions, it doesn't care who lives and dies, who gets to play organized sports and who doesn't, or who gets their social emotional needs met and who psychologically regresses. It does what it does without apology, leaving those who even recover chronically ill. It leaves behind little that can help us understand it so we can return to a life that resembles the one we had in March. It's why I ask that when you make your decisions tonight, that you do so by balancing the immediate physical safety of special needs students with not just their teachers' safety, but even more crucially, I think, with their chronically underrepresented frontline working one-to-one educational assistant safety, knowing we still know very little about how insidious the reach of this disease is across the majority of the interconnected caring environment. Because it's not just about the kids. In a system, it's about all of us, or at least it should be. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to contribute to these discussions.
Great, thank you. Okay. Phone number ending in 9907, area code 603. If you have a comment, please unmute yourself by hitting *6, state your name and where you're from. 9907, I see you're unmuted. Please go ahead, state your name and where you're from. (9907), go ahead. You there? Sorry, I see they're unmuted, so I'm trying.
hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead. State your name
Okay,
and where you're from, and
excellent.
go
Sorry.
ahead. Thank you.
So this is Sarah Sadowski of Concord. I'm a mom of 4 children in the school district. They're preschool through a rising 6th grader. And I'm just calling to ask about the rationale of canceling the tuition slots for the 2020-2021 school year for the developmental preschool. My children are all alumni of
Lost her.
Oh, I see leaving. I think she got disconnected. So I'll track that number. If she calls back in, I'll call back on it. In the meantime, I'm going to call on Lyndon to go over any emails that came in through your Concord info at sau8.org. And then I'll come back if she pops in. So Lyndon, if you're on, go ahead.
Okay, I'm on. Can you just nod if you can hear me? Thank you. So I have about 8, and I don't think you're going to want to hear my voice going on for that many minutes. So I'm going to read maybe 3 or 4 and then go back to Jack. The first one is, good evening, I'm a mom of a 1st grader. I am all for remote learning, but it needs to be a set time with a live teacher for an hour or 2 a day for this grade. She's losing out on the benefits of having that one-on-one interaction. We failed with the winter remote learning. I could only keep her interested for 15 minutes before she would act silly and refuse to participate in the lesson. I believe with an outside person, having one-on-one would help. Then we can maintain homework and lesson plans throughout the week. It needs to have a set time and live interaction. This is from a home with both working parents who need to set a schedule in order for us to keep our jobs. Thanks for your time. That's the first one. And the next one is, I'm Scott DeRoche from Concord, watching the school board meeting. I saw the recommendation of preschool being in school. Our child has an IEP and is outsourced to Woodside. Can you please address how that would be factored into the plan? We and other families need to account for childcare sooner rather than later. Thank you. Then I have Kelly Thompson. Good evening. I'm watching the board meeting and I'm puzzled why kindergarten evaluations aren't being discussed. These were supposed to be done back in April. I'll have an aside here. This would come from the principal of the school, I believe. But again, how do you know what rising kindergarten students need special help? There's no way to prepare for kindergarten, especially remotely, without this being done ASAP. Schedule appointments and get our little ones into their new schools for both evaluations and meeting their teachers. This is so important. And one more for now. My name is Heather Stalker. I am a Concord resident and my daughter will be a 1st grader in the fall at Beaver Meadow. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the work that has gone into preparing for school in the fall. I know that no matter what the decision is, there's no way to make everyone happy. That being said, one thing that I have not heard discussed is the children of essential employees who are not able to work remotely. I understand the argument that has been made about school not being a daycare. However, for elementary age students, that is one purpose school serves. I want to make sure that my child has the support she needs to succeed and a place to go during the school day. And financially, we cannot have one of us give up our job to stay home. I also feel that these early elementary school years are setting a foundation for her education, and by choosing remote learning, we are jeopardizing her future. I appreciate your time and consideration and hope that you choose to do what is best for all these children and not only those with special needs. And I'll stop there, but Jack, I do have a few more, so you can call on me later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'm still waiting. I was waiting for 9907 to pop back in. I do not see that they have come back in. So I will move on to those that have raised their hand. Kate Vaughn, if you are on.
Jack,
Yep.
This is Jenny. Let me just jump in for one quick second.
Sure.
Procedurally, and I see that Jim has his hand up too, and I'm just wondering, at some point we may want to take a break, and do you have a sense of how many more people there are wanting to make a public comment?
Well, I have one more phone number, and I think four people with their hand raised right now.
Okay.
So that leaves you with 5
So,
total at the moment.
So why don't we go ahead and do that, because I do want to take a break, but if we can get through all of the comment first, that sounds good to me. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, Kate Vaughn, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself, confirm your name, where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
Hello, my name is Kate Vaughn, and I live in Concord, New Hampshire, and I have a daughter who will be in elementary school this year. And I am mostly going to reiterate the point that was just made in the last email that was read, which was my concern, or I appreciate the efforts that are being discussed about making sure that those students who have the greatest needs are going to get in-person schooling this fall. And, you know, I was disappointed to learn about the hybrid, or the decision to go fully remote as opposed to hybrid. My concern is what's going to happen with those kindergarten students who haven't yet been identified as having needs, and how is the board and the district and the administration going to make sure that those kids don't miss out on this full year of learning opportunities that they so desperately need, you know, to have the foundation to move forward in their education. We haven't done any kindergarten screening yet. You know, there's not really a plan in place. I can't imagine how kids are going to do kindergarten remotely, and how those needs, you know, having a child sit in front of a computer, trying to get them to participate, and for a teacher remotely to be able to identify those issues that may be there over a Zoom call. It just seems.
This is Kimberly Wood. I am a Concord resident, mother of 2 children. We reside here on the South End. And I've already emailed in, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. It is getting late, and I do appreciate the board's attention to wanting to keep everyone safe. I do not underscore the potential seriousness of this pandemic, and I would certainly not want to see our numbers soaring here at home. It's been challenging through the summer, during summer school, to keep toddlers entertained and quiet when we can be outside for 2 hours. So I can't even imagine what fall or winter would bring. Couple of things I heard tonight as I was listening is it sounds like we keep going back to the question of how can we keep everyone safe? How can we make this work? But we have been doing this. There was some summer schools held. There's been lots of sports being held, senior projects. So I guess I'm just wondering, you know, are we going to know more tonight, or is there going to be another meeting to get a final answer? I think that's it in a nutshell.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Kelly Quayle, if I've pronounced that right. If you have a comment, please confirm your identity, state where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
Hi, this is Kelly Quayle. I have 3 boys. I've spoken before. I have 3 boys going to Concord High School. We are in Deerfield, and I've got a junior, and I have 2 sophomores. Kathleen, thank you for the updated COVID information. That's very helpful. To the school board, you've taken away my kids and many kids' typical social and educational interaction. Please do not take away their passion. Fear creates doubt and the inability to move forward. And I'm specifically talking to you about extracurricular activities, sports, and different things such as mountain bike club, golf club, soccer, and many other things. Statistically, there's been a huge increase in drug and alcohol abuse, depression, anxiety, and suicide during this pandemic. I do not want to see this happen in Concord. For a typical kiddo, 100% remote learning is not a passion. It's a function of what the kids have to do. I also have a child with a disability, and he's on an IEP. Concord High School has done a tremendous job. His team is phenomenal. Even through the spring, when we went to remote learning, my son advocated for himself. He spoke with his teachers every day. They were absolutely fantastic. I have no issue with that. However, when it comes to unified sports, I've got a problem. You have many children with disabilities that cannot typically play soccer, and they cannot typically play basketball. We cannot take sports away from our children. We cannot take these clubs away from our kids. This is so important to their passion. And I'm not asking any question. I'm making a statement. Please, you've taken away their typical learning. Do not take away their passion. Do not take away their golf. Do not take away their soccer. These children need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the last phone number. And just for the record, 9907 did not call back in. So I'll move on to 1838, area code 734. If you have a comment, please hit *6. State your name, where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
Hello, my name is Mose Jones Yellen, like Jose with an M. I'm a parent in Concord, 2 students in the school system. Just a couple thoughts on what I've heard today. First, I was very happy to hear the thoughts and the recommendations and the demands expressed by Alice Richards from the students and alumni around racism and discrimination in this district. I think we're very fortunate to have those voices at the table. I'm very supportive of bringing in a skilled facilitator to help shape the process that we're in the midst of here. I think that was an excellent way to start this meeting. The second thing is that I really sympathize with where the school board's at, where the superintendent is at. I mean, this is a difficult decision, and there's going to be plenty of valid criticism, no matter what direction you guys end up going. And there are a lot of unanswered questions. And I understand that in this sort of scenario, school board members are going to be relying in large part on their own personal compasses. And I would hope that as school board members, they would not be cavalier with the health of the community. And under these circumstances, they would be, you would be risk averse. But like I say, it's a difficult decision. What I expect, what I hope for is some creativity, some rigorous thought, and I'd fully support prioritizing services that address the well-being of students who are at risk, the most vulnerable students of our community. And then the last thing that I want to say is that I want to emphasize an observation that Chuck Crush made earlier in this meeting about the lack of discussion around how the district will make remote learning successful. The board made a difficult decision, and this feels like a lot of energy being diverted. I would hope that really what I was hoping to hear more about was how remote learning was going to be a success, how we're going to do things differently than what took place at the end of last semester. And I would want to hear some concrete steps for how we're going to responsibly move towards some sort of in-person learning. That's not where we're at. The school board has committed to an initial chapter of remote learning. And I'm not hearing anything about how that will be as successful as it can possibly be. And I think that's unfortunate. Those are the three things I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to move to Lyndon now, who has some more comments, and then I'll go back to the last of anyone that has their hand raised. I've been through all the phone numbers. So Lyndon, if you're still on, go ahead.
I am here. And I apologize in advance to the people who wrote very long comments. You may not want to hear them read in my voice, but sorry about that. Here we go. I hope the board will reconsider the decision to not offer sports this fall. It is important to remember that sports are voluntary. Therefore, the ones who are at risk are the ones who are willing to take that risk. We had to sign a liability waiver for COVID-19 at the start of summer for football. The people who are not comfortable having sports or co-curricular programs can make that decision individually and have the option to not participate, but at least give those who are a chance to play. High school sports in particular are so important. Whether we like it or not, for some kids, sports and co-curricular serve as the motivational drives to succeed academically. This is even more important when you think about the teenagers who are home alone, trying to stay focused and motivated to do online schooling. Sports have a lot of social, mental, and physical benefits. Another thing to consider is the seniors who have worked so hard. Some of them are hoping for athletic scholarships. It's hard when you hear so many schools in New Hampshire are offering sports and the Concord kids are being left behind. For some of these kids, it's their last chance to play. I hope you will at least consider allowing high school students to participate. Can everyone mute themselves? Thank you. A lot of the kids can drive themselves to games and practices, etc., or have parents willing to do so. Thank you for your time, and that was written by Jennifer Madison. And then I have one from Jenna Taylor. What about masks for students who cannot wear them? What will happen with those kiddos? And she also indicated she was unclear what the plan is. And then I have Erin Stewart. Sports completely changes the cohorts. New Hampshire has the most lax sports rules in New England, and not because our numbers are better than the rest of northern New England. We find it incredibly frustrating that we would start sports before academics. Sports should wait. The district should be focused on academics. And then the last one that I have is from Christopher Herr. I am a Concord resident, parent of 3, and a teacher at Concord High School. I'm concerned at the prospect of Concord schools resuming athletic competition or even inter-squad competition when school begins. My understanding is that the 2 most important priorities of the district are, number 1, to protect and promote the health and safety of our student staff and their families, and 2, to educate our students. I also believe, and believe the board agrees, that in-person learning is best for the large majority of our students under ideal circumstances. The board has already voted. Could you please mute your microphones? If you could mute your microphones, I'm hearing feedback.
Wait, Concord?
I can't really go on if you can't. Can you mute your headphones?
Go ahead, Lyndon. I think I found them. I hit mute.
Okay, thank you. The board has already voted for a fully remote learning option to start the year, a plan that carries the, quote, lowest risk of COVID-19 spread in a school setting, according to the CDC. In comparison, the 2 riskiest behaviors for COVID-19 spread in youth sports settings, according to the CDC, are, quote, full competition between teams within the same local geography. If COVID-19 spread occurs on our athletic teams, it could threaten the ability of the affected students to participate in a hybrid model. Worse yet, if the spread moves beyond 1 or more teams to other families in the community at large, it could threaten the entire district's ability to move to a hybrid model. In addition, allowing student athletes to participate in high-risk activities like, however, that impact is not unique to sports. For every student athlete who lives for sports, there is another student who lives for math, or history, or physics, or art, etc., or the interactions with their friends, one or more staff members, etc. risk. Let's keep our eye on the ball and do everything we can to get students back in classrooms as quickly as possible once it is safe. Endorsing and permitting participation in high-risk extracurriculars directly contradicts our highest priorities.
I'm a Concord resident, president of the Concord Teachers Association. I would first like to thank the board for your Herculean efforts during this pandemic. You've done a wonderful job. And I would also like to thank Kathleen Murphy for her willingness to reach out to the CEA and meet weekly to try and resolve our issues. Tonight, the board was given tremendous amount of information. Some of that information was accurate, but much of the implementation of those schedules is problematic for teachers and creates great anxiety. We ask that the parents of our students work with us, that teachers want to be at work. But he neglected to remind the board that once the district required teachers to come back to their classrooms to teach remotely, he got 80 requests for leave on that given day, on top of another 40 requests that were already sent in for ADA and other FMLA requests. So that's information I think the board needs to know. So teachers are more than ready to take on this challenge, but we wish our administrators would fully appreciate what it's going to take to implement the schedules that they're proposing. We have had no training. All right, I don't want to take up any more of the board's time. You got a lot of deliberations going ahead. And we always appreciate your efforts, as I said. We also would like to thank all the stakeholders and parents that spoke tonight passionately about their positions. You guys have a lot of work ahead of you. We appreciate what you do. We're here to support our teachers, our families, and our students however we can. Thank you.
Okay, Chris Huey, if you have a comment, please unmute yourself, confirm your identity, state where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
Hi, this is Chris Huey. I am a Concord resident, have a sophomore at the high school now, and a senior that just graduated. Just calling briefly to put my support for the curricular activities. The board has heard, I think there was 50 plus emails that were sent in for people wanting extra activities in sports and that type of thing. And there was a petition sent out that had over 700 responses for people wanting sports. So I'm just asking for the school board to vote based off of what parents have asked for. Give the decision to the parents. If they have a high-risk child that shouldn't be playing sports, that's totally understandable. I completely respect that. But it seems like the higher percentage are people that are in favor of sports. So that's all I had. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Jenny, we had one more that chimed in with a hand raise. Again, phone numbers are all cleared out, so I'll hit this one and then you can go from there. Rebecca Searless, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, but please identify yourself, state where you're from, and go ahead and make your comment.
Yes, good evening. My name is Rebecca Searles. I am a parent of a second grader over at Abbott Downing. I greatly appreciate all of the work that everyone has done, given the situation that we're in and everything that was done to kind of combat the crisis moment in the early spring. I just wanted to mention to the board that, while the governor presented us with the ability across the state to have flexibility, I think it's really important that we think about our district in terms of flexibility. Just as every district needs are different within our own schools, every school has children whose needs are different. And I can appreciate wanting to ensure safety and things like that. We're in a very lucky position here in New Hampshire, especially in Concord, where our numbers are relatively low. Our students, my son especially, when I think about this, who has a lot of special needs, receives a lot of services so that he can be an active member of our community, so that he can, be the best person that he is capable of being. We really rely on the services that are provided to him, and remote learning is just not a platform that works for him. So I would greatly appreciate if the board would consider allowing the flexibility for the schools to identify students who this is just not going to work. My son has the right to an education, just like every other student within the district. And simply because he has some added challenges does not mean that he should not be able to access his education. We did the best that we could over the spring during kind of that crisis moment. But now that we have some time for planning, I really feel as though it's important to look at all of the individual needs and realize that they're not going to be the same. Thank you.
Okay, Jenny, it's all you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jack and Lyndon, for facilitating that conversation. And I really, really appreciate it, because I know it's really hard not to get into a conversation. And thank you to everyone who commented. We absolutely heard your comments, and it's going to be very challenging for us to figure out what we're going to do. My inclination is to take a break and then have us come back. However, Jim has his hand up, so let me just call on Jim and see if he has a helpful suggestion. So Jim, go ahead.
Thanks, Jenny. I don't have a more helpful suggestion. I was just going to, I agree with you. I just wanted to reach out to Jack and say, did we have any success in reaching back out to the young woman who was cut off? She was right in the middle or right at the beginning of saying something for us, and she really wanted to hear it. I didn't know if he had any way of contacting her, if there was any way she was back on here. That's all I had.
Nope, they did not dial back in. I wrote down the number. I did not call them myself, but I think I've called that number 3 or 4 times as far as going back and checking on it and stating it. But no, I've not heard back.
The person was Sarah Sadowski. Yeah, I know her. So it's Sarah Sadowski. So
yeah, I texted Sarah and suggested she call again, but she hasn't responded.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. You all did a great effort. I just wanted to make sure she had her opportunity. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Jim. And Gina, do you have your hand up for some other comment? If you did, go ahead.
No, but I just saw that she tried to call in and wasn't able to do it. So that was my original comment, was that I had tried to reach her, but then I just got she tried to call in but wasn't able to.
So does anyone have a suggestion to reach her? Because I have the same thought as Jim. I think we caught the very beginning of that comment, and it definitely was one that we would have been happy to hear more of.
Well, Jenny, I think you should take your break, and then if she is able to get in, right now I'm showing 209 participants. That's below the threshold of between 250 and 300, depending on the combination that this program can handle. So take your break, and then let's see what happens in the next few moments.
Okay, and again, what I wrote down of her comment was she had questions about the typical slots for preschool being canceled. So we did get at least that much of her comment, but if she had more, we'd be happy to hear it. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 9:45. So we will be in recess. Thanks. quick roll call to make sure that we have everyone back in the meeting. Ms. Cannon, are you back?
I am back.
Great, thanks, Ms. Cannon. Mr. Croto, are you back?
I am.
Great, thanks, Mr. Croto. Mr. Crush.
I am back.
Thank you, Mr. Crush. Ms. Higgins, are you back?
I am back.
Great, thank you, Ms. Higgins. Mr. Parker, are you back?
I am back.
Great, thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Poinier, are you back?
Yes.
So Ms. Poinier is back. Mr. Richards, are you back?
I'm here.
Great, thanks, Mr. Richards. Ms. Smith, are you back?
I'm here.
Great, thanks, Ms. Smith. And Jennifer Patterson is here. So we do have all of our board members, and we have our interim superintendent. Hi, Kathleen. I think you're on mute. If
Yeah,
you are
I'm
speaking.
here. I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I know Jack was going to try to track down our one commenter who had lost connection in the middle of a phone call. Did we have any success with that? Jack, you're on mute. Go ahead, Jack.
Sorry, she has not dialed back in.
Okay.
I'm looking, and there's only 3 phone numbers now left, all of which I have asked questions for, but if they do dial back in, I'll keep tracking it.
Sarah's trying to get her kids to bed. She submitted her comments. She submitted her comments in writing.
Oh, okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
I was
Thank
able
you,
to
Jack.
make. My wife was able to make contact. So.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, thank you. And thanks to everyone. I think that was such a good public comment period. I really appreciated hearing from everyone. And I also really appreciate how succinctly everyone spoke. And no one had to be reminded of the 5-minute limit, and no one exceeded it, I don't think. So I really, really appreciate that. So I think our next item is to take a board discussion and vote. We've got 3 items to consider: the athletics and extracurricular, the CRTC, and the at-risk students. I think there were a couple of other things that were raised that we may want to have a conversation about, but I guess my suggestion is, unless, Kathleen, you have anything that you want to add at this point, that we should just go through each of those areas and take a vote. Was there anything you wanted to add? Yep.
No, I don't. I mean,
Chuck, I hear you. Let me just finish. Let me just let Kathleen finish. Yep, go ahead.
no, unless there's some questions, and there was some things that I'd like to respond to about planning. But I'd rather have the board move forward with the discussion on those recommendations I made tonight.
Okay, no, thank you. And I do think if we have time afterwards, if it's not too late, it did sound to me like there were some questions that were answered that were asked that we may have answers to.
Right.
So if we can circle back to that later, I think that makes sense. Yeah, Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I do think we need to address teachers working remotely.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I mean, Kathleen brought that up. I think we do. I think we do need to take a vote on that.
I agree.
I just want to say, Chuck, that there's no reason that they can't, except that they would fulfill one of those criteria that I mentioned.
But not to debate. I don't want to get in a debate, but I do think we need to take a vote because, I mean, Mike had a little bit of a different view. So.
Right. Okay.
Well, let's do the 3 that we for sure have on our agenda first, and then we can have a motion. We can consider whether we want to take a vote on that. Jim, did you had your hand up briefly? So anyone have a preference as to order of the 3 things? Should we start with athletics and extracurricular? That's the first on my list.
I'd say so.
Okay. I mean, procedurally, we could have someone make a motion and then have our discussion in the context of that motion if there's someone who wants to go ahead with a motion, or if that seems premature, we could just start a discussion. What's people's preference?
I think to follow protocol, we should make a motion to approve Kathleen's suggestion that we reinstate athletics according to the NHIAA protocol set forth, making sure to acknowledge that participation in extracurriculars, both sports and otherwise, require the permission of a parent. I think in general, that's the motion that I think, I mean, if that's a motion that I just made, then I'm happy to be the one that makes it. I think that
Okay, so let me stop you there, and let's just do the procedural piece first. So it sounds like, Barb, you're making a motion to allow extracurriculars and athletics to go forward.
Yeah.
With, parental, support or
Yeah.
permission.
And protocol from the NHIAA
Right.
in regards to sports. And having looked into a lot of, well, let me finish. And then
let's make the motion first, and then we will debate.
Yeah,
So let's just make sure we get the motion down.
Yeah, so I would move that we follow Kathleen's suggestion to reinstate sports and extracurricular activities, following the NHIAA protocol set forth for sports, and the protocol we voted on at our last meeting for masks and social distancing for other activities. Yeah, I guess that's the motion.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Looks like Chuck seconded it.
Chuck, was that a second? I think that was in adjusting the camera.
Okay, never mind.
I will second it, Jenny.
Okay. So the motion is made by Barb, seconded by Jim, and the motion is to adopt the interim superintendent's recommendation to allow extracurriculars and athletics following the NHIA protocols for sports and the vote of the board at our last meeting with respect to all of the protocols that would be in place for the extracurriculars.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, Barb?
Yeah, that's just right, because then we're
Okay.
setting in place the safety precautions that are so important. And we're following the NHIAA's protocol is pretty well thought out, quite honestly. And almost, I think every other school in the state except us right now is participating. So not that we have to succumb to peer pressure, but we're one of the healthiest towns. So it does seem logical that we could do this. The only comment I have to make really is that a lot of our parents try to compare academics and athletics, and it really, saying that we're going to be okay with athletics, in my mind, doesn't decimate or put academics second. It's two completely different beasts. It's inside versus outside. It's, just very, very different things. So I don't feel that voting for sports means I'm not voting for academics. It means that this is something that has it all set up. And we can step into it as a district. And I feel, and I'm, one of the most leery, pretty safe that this is a positive thing for a lot of students who could really benefit from it. And we have an active athletic program in this town, and they've been going on all summer, and there are no COVID cases in Concord due to any kind of recreation or sports. So as leery as I am about all of this, this is an area that I don't feel at risk about. So that's my input. I'm happy to.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for speaking to your motion, Barb. And we've got a number of hands up, so I will call them in order, starting with Liza and then second Jim. So Liza, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it would be really beneficial to continue fitness and skills training for the students who want that. As some of the more recent letter writers pointed out, competitions really increased the circles of sorry, bedtime. Kids charging into the room at the most opportune moment. Sorry, totally lost my train of thought. I think we should be mindful of the fact that, when we're competing against far-flung cities and towns, that it just opens up all of the things that we're trying to avoid. So again, fitness and skills training, teamwork and camaraderie, and being healthy and being outdoors, all A-okay. But expanding our circle with competition, not so good in my opinion. I'm not a doctor, so
I do believe the NHIAA has a protocol for that, because this was something I asked Kathleen in one of my conversations with her. So golf and cross country could potentially compete relatively early because they're not, you don't have to be, groups of like Concord's cross country team could start at 9 o'clock and at 9:10 the next team runs. And so we're not intermingling and you're on a golf course. Those things are the first ones that will go, but I believe that the protocol that the NHIAA has set forth takes care of this very concern. The sports that are more face-to-face, and like I don't think football even has a start date yet. I mean, it's really, that's all sort of played into it. I'm happy to add an amendment to the motion, though, that takes that into consideration, because it is a separate beast. But if you really read the NHIAA's thing, they've thought it all through, which I guess they would have to. That's just
so let me turn to Kathleen and just see if you have any further information to elaborate on what those guidelines consist of.
Yeah, so NHIA has limited the distance of which they will travel. In other words, they won't be traveling far out away from the community. They'll be, and I think of the soccer, football, where there's more of that interaction with the kids. They have already assigned them schools within the region very close to Concord to play. They're not going to be playing Keene, for instance, and driving over all the way to the southwest. So that's one thing. The other thing you have to keep in mind is some of our seniors are 18, so I can't get permission. They can make their own decisions, so please understand that. And those are seniors, I would imagine. That are 18. No, they're very clear. The parameters of playing is very close and regional rather than throughout the state.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Okay, my question is to Kathleen, just to clarify, what academic standards do they have to fulfill to be allowed to play? They need to attend their remote learning classes, is I would think the very least. But there is, I want to make sure that they're succeeding academically as well as athletics.
Yeah, just like when they play and they're in school. I mean, it's the same academic standards that they're expected to be in class, and they're expected to do their work, and they're expected to get grade level point averages so that they can play. And that's the responsibility of the coaches, and that is overseen by Athletic Director Mello. So it's pretty straight, pretty standard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to clarify the motion a little bit for my own sake. So we're voting on sports. We're voting on drama, we're voting on band, we're voting on cheerleading, we're voting on robotics. So we're voting on all extracurricular. What are we voting on?
You're voting on the athletic programs as well as the extracurricular programs that are provided at the two schools based on parental permission. So
I have a question about that, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So just that the music program, the band program, all of that is actually counted as an academic class. And so I did have a question as to where is the line between what is an extracurricular, and would that mean that the academic class of band or chorus or whatever would be allowed to be in person based on this vote? Because that does seem to be closer to the line of, well, why are some academic classes being allowed and others not?
We talked about the band because they are band, chorus, that kind of thing is part of the academic program. But yet they go out and they practice and they march around, but they do it during the school day. So I know that the band director has already requested that they be able to do that in an after-school way because they can't do it during the day. And they want to be able to do that, have band at the games, right? And the music at whatever events that they have outside. So, you know what? I'll get more detail from the band instructor. Donna actually talked to him to get the detail.
So basically what I'm hearing is it's the extracurricular component of an activity that also has an academic class component. So in other words, the band class would be remote, the chorus class would be remote, but particularly for band, to the degree that they were engaging in, marching and, pre-camp and formations and all of that was taking place outdoors, that would be permissible to be in person if we voted up this motion.
Right. But would we, just a quick, more clarification. Would the band be able to play at a football game? I guess that's the question. If they set a date for football, are we voting for that as well?
Yes. I mean, that's their goal. I mean, to them, that's their big time,
No, I understand. I mean, look, to my son, drama meant everything. Like, I get the value of it, but I'm also not comfortable with the safety aspect, to be honest with you. So I have serious concerns about that. So, I guess my perspective is that, we voted on remote. We should try and stick as much as possible with some outliers to remote. And I get the value of health. I love being physical, healthy, and I'm all for, programs have students be.
Thank you, Jen. So, Catherine, probably this is for you and Barb, because it sounds like you've sort of studied the NHIAA doctrine more than I have. I read through it. I have to say that I didn't study it. Is there a place in there that I missed that talks about the criteria under which a sport would be stopped? Would be, you know what?
And that's your decision as the school board to decide that. I mean, NHIAA gives you guidance, but that doesn't mean that you have to follow through on it. So if in fact we had an outbreak in Concord, then yes, we would shut things down. We'd have to. Just as I talked to you about that matrix in decision making, that's what you would use. One student would require certain things happening. So
there's also the NHIAA lays out an expectation that districts will be forthcoming about outbreaks in their communities. Right. So, for example, say we went to a Londonderry for a cross-country meet, and we come home, and then the next day we get a call from, Kathleen gets a call from the superintendent in Londonderry that they've had an outbreak of 23 people. Well, Kathleen's likely response is to tell the cross-country team to stay home until we get a handle on.
Right.
So, typical sort of New Hampshire fashion, we're being implored to use common sense. And Chuck, to speak to your thing, like around drama and band and such,
Barb,
I feel that it's the same one.
Barb, there's a whole bunch of other board members with their hands up, so I just want to make sure they get the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I was just answering Tom's question.
Tom, are you done? I think you're muted.
There it goes. Yes, I am done. Thank you. That answers my question. That will come up in one of our COVID huddles or earlier if we need to.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Gina, go ahead.
So I do want to correct one thing that was said. NHIAA just today waived the academic requirements to participate, saying that they did not want to impose that on top of potential remote learning. So the requirement that someone be passing their classes or have a certain grade level has been waived as of this morning when I read the guidelines. And no, there is no provision in those guidelines about how to shut something down.
Right.
I've got to agree with Chuck. I mean, band, okay? I was a bandy, what can I say? But there's no way you're playing a trumpet that you're not spitting into it. I'm sorry. And those aerosolized droplets, if you have it and you're asymptomatic, can be in the air for up to 3 hours. It's not just 6 feet. Those things, they now have studies. I was just reading them again this morning, that those droplets can stay in the air over the field for up to 3 hours. Is there anything that says we can add things like they do skills and drills, and when they're not actually doing the drill, they've got a mask on? Or, I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, we've already said that, but the other thing is I asked that very question to the band. What about the instruments that you blow air into? And they have these new filters that they put over it to collect and not allow the moisture to get out into the air. So I haven't seen it yet. That's what I was told by the band director. So I mean, I'm only
Kind of like a shower cap for your trumpet horn.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and
That
they've
actually
already
makes some
started
sense.
using. Yeah, so that was when I asked that very question. That's the answer I got. It's
Okay. Great. Thank you. Tina, do you have other questions or things that you wanted to say?
Yeah, just that I'm leaning towards skills and drills and not direct. I mean, I get it. I was also a 3-season sport person. I get it, but our primary purpose has got to be the health, safety, welfare of the kids, and we've got to balance. Yes, the numbers are small, but we're about to go through motorcycle week. We're about to go through, a lot of college kids coming back from all over the world. Granted, we have until September 8th before we find out, whether all those kids are bringing stuff back. They already know that UNH and I forget what other college campus have kids that are positive that have returned, and they've now had to turn around and go back home. We don't have the testing. We don't have enough testing. We don't have the time frame to get things back in time. So, I mean, I think if kids want to do skills and drills, that's fine. But I don't think we can. I don't think we can do competitions because you can't keep the kids 6 feet apart from each other. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Gina. Dave.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank all the public for commenting and sending emails. I did read them all. I'm very busy, so I couldn't respond to all of them. I'm busy on my other side of the world. So last week, I felt like we were in the green zone, and I think that listening to the epidemiologist, I felt that nothing is risk-free. I do see, though, a difference and can follow the argument that extracurriculars are not a lot different than classes. I can understand athletics because you have a coach and often multiple coaches that can direct kids, and there's sort of a chain of command that would establish some protocol. But, I don't remember an advisor in student council meetings. I don't remember necessarily adults in some of those clubs. I think they were run by kids, and I don't have a problem approving them, but I think it's different than athletics. And then the argument could be said that why are we allowing these extracurriculars that are often inside, and granted they may be masked, but why are we allowing that and not academics? Because I do think they're different than athletics, and I would have a hard time with that argument. So I'm definitely in favor. I think that the competitions can also, I'm not against competition. And I think some of these teams that are facing a third year, I've heard from some families, third year where they will have consecutive championships and set records is pretty exciting for some of these kids. I mean, a lot of reason why you play sports is to compete. So I'm not against that, but I would just point out that everything's got some risk. And if we're allowing an extracurricular, what does that say to people that ask me, well, then why not classes? Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Jim, go ahead.
Sorry, delay in my unmute. First of all, the band could be kind of a moot point. The NHIAA specifies in their guidelines, because I read through them quite a bit, is that only parents are allowed in the areas to view the sports, and that they need to be socially distanced. I don't think that bands or anything else would be allowed in that area if we're talking about football, soccer, or anything else, because I think that's pretty straightforward in their guidelines with regard to that. And then as far as what someone asked with regards to us putting any sort of extra additions or restrictions, of course we can. We're the school board. We can approve it contingent with, the fact that, kids have to make sure that they always wear masks on the sideline or walking from the high school over. We can do that, of course. So those are just my two things.
Great. Thanks, Jim. Gina?
Sorry, again, same delay on the unmute. So I wanted to go back. I forgot to say that I support the things that the activities that are outside. I think we have a very hard time, as Dave was saying, okay, we can do robotics inside, we can do drama inside, but we can't do a class inside. I think we have to make a differentiation between indoor and outdoor activities.
Great. Is that Mr. Cohen or no?
I did see him join.
Yes, it's Mr. Cohen, and he wanted to speak, probably in the band.
So I think, Mr. Cohen, if you're able to speak and you have answers to any of these questions about band, that would be fine. So go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak. What was there a specific question? I was kind of in and out earlier that I can help with.
I think there was a question about the aerosols and transmission, and I think Superintendent Murphy had responded that there were some provisions being made to address that. That was the only question that I remember.
Yeah, we are. There is a New Hampshire Music Education Coalition who put together a bunch of guidelines for performing music, and they are suggesting that we put covers over the bells of instruments when they're playing. They've even suggested doing a mask with a slit in it so mouthpieces can go in. So we're taking those precautions to make sure that aerosols are mitigated. And then also being outside helps with that too. Same suggestions of everything else, 6 feet apart for everybody. They do suggest 9 feet for trombones. Gets a little awkward with trombones. But other than that, we're taking all kinds of steps to make sure that kids are safe and being distanced while they're outside playing music.
And I guess the question was raised about whether under the NHIA guidelines, only parents would be permitted to spectate. So it may be a moot point as to whether band would be, allowed to participate. Do you know anything about that?
I have been. I've been in several meetings with band directors around the state, and one of them actually had an athletic director in the meeting, and I think that's kind of left up to the schools as to how they're handling the attendance at the games. I know Pinkerton is already trying to figure out how they're going to put their band in the stands, and I think some of that stuff is open to interpretation of how Concord would want to handle that. I know some schools aren't going to stay in the stands, some schools are, so I think some of that's open for discussion.
Okay. So essentially it's up to us. So thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm glad I could help. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So are there other board members who wish to speak to the motion that is pending? Tom, go ahead.
Okay, finally, thank you. So I don't know where this fits in this motion, if it fits in at all, but I'm in the that we need as a side discussion. So Concord has always put themselves ahead of whatever academic expectations the NHIAA has put forth. And I think the biggest one that I remember is number of credits. To hear that they are saying that they're not going to include academics, I'm not so sure that I'm comfortable having Concord School District buy into that. I don't see what will change a great deal. Obviously, the biggest change, for our kids is going to be how are they going to learn. But we expect our athletes to do a better job in regular ed classes. I don't know why we would change that now. But I guess I'm open to hear what other folks think about that. And as I said, it may not be for right this minute, maybe for another discussion.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Well, let me just summarize what I'm starting to hear, and I don't know if we want to just take a vote on this motion or if maybe we amend it in some regard. I am sensing that some board members are drawing distinctions between indoor and outdoor activities in terms of extracurriculars. I'm also sensing that there is a thought, and I actually share this, that there, to the degree that, yes, it's helpful to know that the NHIA has standards, but there may be some stricter standards that we want to impose in our district in terms of academic participation, and also perhaps in terms of masks. We already voted as a board to require masks, and does that carry over into, to kind of superimpose that on the NHIA standards? So, I agree with that. So that's a question. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Someone I think maybe doesn't have their mic off. And I also see Steve Mello, and he has his hand raised. So unless any board member objects, I would let Steve speak. He may be able to answer some of the questions that are being asked. So Steve, go ahead.
Hi, Jen, you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to make myself available on some of those questions. The fan recommendation is ours. Right now we're talking about immediate family only. We've taken a conservative approach to all these things, and that is one of them. And whether the band plays or not, that's a decision about the band. I think if nobody else was there, they might have room, but that's just my opinion. As far as coming and going, all those things with masks and so forth are in our plan. I think we've addressed all those things in the plan. The only indoor sport that we have, there are obviously many co-curricular clubs, you mentioned robotics and others, would be volleyball. And volleyball takes place in a really big room. I think they could socially distance in there. But obviously when the sports start, then the 6 feet is not available. All of these recommendations that we've made are based on the governor's task force, Safer at Home, all that NHIA material. All of our materials are based on plans that were vetted by the Department of Health and Human Services. So since July 5th, all sports have been approved to play in this state. And at that time, we started our plan. You could do skills and drills prior to that. We chose not to wait to see how things were gonna go. And we worked on our protocols, our safety protocols. We got a lot of positive feedback from what we have been doing, I think, from the parents that shared and the kids that shared that have been working in our programs this summer seem pretty happy with the safety of it all. And we also use it as an opportunity to practice these protocols as we come into the fall. So I think we've identified just about every area to address. But when the competition starts, it's volleyball at that point. We do have over 350 kids signed up at the high school now. I take that to be a survey of people that are willing to, accept some risk. I mean, there is some risk. I'm not gonna be totally honest. I mean, there's always risk in sports, and there's risk involved here. I think we've done every single thing to mitigate it to the best of our ability. To address an emailer earlier, had some strong feelings. The idea, one of the things that makes me feel like this is the way to go, and I'll share it with you, is we can give them something to do from 3:30 to 5:30 or 6. They're much safer than doing a lot of other things. If at 2:40 they turn off their screen and they're just released out into the world with no coach and no protocols and no guidance, they're going to go, play basketball at West Street. They're going to go to Keach Park and play soccer. And there are also those that can afford it are going to avail themselves of soccer, field hockey, volleyball, baseball, lacrosse. Those things have been happening in our state all summer. And two wrongs don't make a right. I understand that, but we still get into the green area. All our kids are playing. I've had several parents say that they're not participating with us because we don't let them do enough. I'm like, okay, that's your call. But the idea that they're going to be safer not having our programs, I don't believe that. I think they're going to be safer, and the accent is on the safer. I mean, there is a degree of risk in all of these things, but I do believe that education-based athletics is a lot safer than these programs that are going on right now. There's a 29-team softball tournament coming to Concord this weekend. Teams from all over the state, many, if not all of our softball girls will be in that. I like to think they'll be safer with us. So that's just the honest overview. I think we've addressed it, and the word safer is what makes me feel okay, because I worry about them all too, just like you guys. Thank you.
So, Steve, just thank you, and that's helpful. Just a couple of questions that I have for you. One is, there was a commenter who talked about the unified sports and how important that was, and that there is no parallel opportunity. Would that be included? Should we vote to allow sports to go forward? Would there be unified sports?
We consider all those teams, all those kids athletes, and we don't treat them any differently than we do any other team. That being said, I've been looking for feedback from Michelle Speckman on what those parents desire and want. Many of them have specific medical needs. So we want to do what's right. We're going to do whatever those parents are comfortable with is what we're going to do. Somebody mentioned scheduling earlier. Division I athletic directors voted to go with a regional schedule, which is something Kathleen mentioned earlier. It's going to be Bedford, Goffstown, Manchester, anybody within 20 minutes. And, busing in the remote model is good for me because I got a lot more busing available. But if we go back to hybrid, the shorter trips, I think, are going to be much more beneficial to making the busing work out. And, we've addressed some of the things with far as kids getting to practice and so forth. And basically, all the suggestions you heard earlier tonight, we've considered them all. So, trying to do what's best and what is safest.
So one other question for you, Steve. So Kathleen has been working on this matrix that basically would determine what the response would be based on certain occurrences within schools. And I'm wondering, I guess for you and Kathleen, could that be made applicable to decisions around sports? That's one of the questions that was asked here. And then also, just in terms of the timing of when competition would start under the NHA guidelines, would it be possible to have that matrix in place by the time competition starts?
Sure. Steve Rothenberg talked a little bit about this about 4 hours ago, I think. But we follow that same process. And we're going to reach out to the health officials, and that's what the protocol is. We're going to be very conservative. We have a detailed plan that Steve talked about, and we're going to follow those same. We want to be on the same page, whether it's auto shop or whether it's soccer, as to what we're going to do. I would say. Extremely conservative as far as the health of our students. And if we had to wait I would say if we had to wait for counsel from these folks that Kathleen pointed out are there to assist us, we would shut it down until we got the the appropriate medical advice.
Great. Thank you. Kathleen, did you have anything to add to that?
No, Steve's right on. You know, in the matrix, it says, close schools and move to remote support for up to a certain number of days, right? Based on the number of cases and so forth. That applies. When you close schools, right? I mean, if you have a snow day, you close schools, everybody goes home. We don't have after school activities. So I look at it the exact same way, and that I would expect that all of our teams would follow the same schedule as we have on this matrix.
Yeah, it's also important to know, somebody mentioned earlier about the trust of the other schools. I'm going to call Division I ADs once a week. We have statewide meetings once a week. Everybody has the same interest. I mean, so, if we have a problem and we were at Bedford, one of my first calls is going to be Bedford, and they would do exactly the same thing. We're all in it for the safety of the students, for sure.
Great. Thank you, Steve. We've got a couple of board members with their hands raised. So Gina, go ahead.
So granted, I may be aging myself here or dating myself, but back when I played sports, lots of kids played for both the high school and their outside regional club. Do you have an idea of how many people are doing both? I'm concerned about enlarging the size of this cohort.
I would say that's a fairly small number in season. I would say kids that don't play a fall sport are going to, like hockey players that don't play soccer or some other sport, are going to play hockey in the fall someplace. That's traditionally what kids do. The time commitment is such that it's really tough for kids to do both. I wouldn't say that it doesn't happen at all, but I think it's fairly rare. I think you would find somebody that, played soccer might be, if softball was really their thing, they might be on some fall club softball on Sundays. I think it's a fairly low percentage. I can't say exactly for sure, but they are allowed to do whatever they want on those off days. But there are strict rules about their high school team being the first responsibility. For instance, if they went to softball instead of soccer, there are severe penalties for that. So that cuts down on that a little bit. I would say it's a fairly small number. I couldn't say exactly what it is.
Okay, I'm just concerned about increasing the size of the cohort.
Okay, thank you. Jim, go ahead.
Couple things. I seconded this motion. So the thing is if people are a bit concerned over timing, we could make this fall sports. I don't know that we would give the approval for fall sports. I don't know if Barb would be amenable to that. And then we could relook at it when we considered winter sports. And then the other thing is I think I appreciated Steve's comments. I think what we would have would be what doctors often suggest with regards to schools, or a COVID response team would be a team of Steve, Kathleen, a couple other people who would make that contact, would monitor this and make sure that we were on top of anything that happened both in our school and in the other school. But I'm, within the guidelines, and because they have been practicing all summer, I think that the coaches have a pretty good handle on this, and I would be comfortable with competition as well. Although I'm still not confident of the band. The flute has a whole lot of holes that blow out. That complete cover over that one. So that's my 2 cents.
Great. Thank you, Jim. I don't see other hands up, and so I'm thinking we're moving towards taking a vote. I guess the only thing that's not clear in my mind is the inside versus outside activities, and I guess that kind of gets to what Jim was saying around limiting this to fall sports. And I'm wondering whether, in the vein of being cautious, we might consider having the motion just apply to sports in accordance with NHA protocols and extracurriculars that are being conducted outside in accordance with our standards, distancing and masks that we have put into place. And I don't know that that would necessarily preclude some of the typically indoor activities, because there may be a way to do it outdoors in a tent or whatever. I wouldn't want to create a situation where we were categorically saying that some extracurriculars could not occur because they typically have been indoors. But I think using that creativity to find a way to do them outdoors might be a safer approach. So I'm wondering how Barb, you and Jim might feel about that idea.
I actually think it's a great idea, because every extracurricular activity offered in our district could absolutely meet outside. You can speak French around a picnic table as easily as you can in a classroom. You can have 10 kids do one act plays in a field as well as on a stage. I think there's a lot of ways to get around the inside outside piece. And I think it's fall and we're taking our first steps in getting our kids together. So I think adding an outside component right now makes good sense. And Jim, what did you want to do? What was your change, Jim?
I was saying that we were just limiting this to the fall sports.
Well, that to me is
review it again too, because we didn't say that. You and I didn't say that. And then renew it again when it's time for us to consider winter sports, given the situation that we're in right there at that time. I do share concerns with lots of different groups in the building all at the same time. Yep. I guess as long as but I don't have as much concern over the fact that if they're socially distanced in a large room, they're wearing masks up until a point. I'm a little bit easier on that one. I think that can be managed. I guess a question would be like, for instance, could the robotics team actually have tools that came outside, or do they have to stay inside? There's some other things on that with regards to extracurriculars. And because we have such a wide range of extracurriculars, I would want the administration to check each one as well before. I'm giving kind of a broad approval of that, and I'm giving a broad approval of the sports as well. But I can hear where people are saying about if you had a group crowded into a very small room where they couldn't social distance.
Right. Yeah. So, well, in terms of fall versus winter, I guess that in my head I was assuming that the NHIAA would re-meet to talk about indoor track and hockey and basketball and those things anyway. So I don't see that as part of this decision at all. So maybe that was an assumption I made. But I think the outside piece and the holding the group leaders, the directors of these clubs and activities accountable. Yeah. Kathleen?
Yeah, that would be the advisors of all the clubs. And I would have Mike and his team and Steve review that, because you're right. There's a lot of them can be outside. They've already said that, but there may be some that need to be inside. So we would evaluate that. And if you allow us to do that, and then we'll bring you a list of who's who and who does what and where we're headed with it.
And Kathleen, I still don't want to drop the academic standards that we have, even if the NHIAA, I want to make sure they're attending their classes remotely and that they are turning in their assignments relatively on time, pretty much being complete in all those. I think I'd want to have it that too, because we owe that to our kids.
I didn't hear that. That was the first thing. That's news to me today. I did not know that. So, but I would agree with you. I would hope that you would keep the standards that you and the expectations you have for academics.
Right. If the reason that parents are saying my kids need the sport so they succeed in school, well, then they succeed in school. We can't take one away with the other.
So I'm looking at the language of the motion, and it sounds like both the mover and the seconder support having the academic standards remain. And I guess what I'm hearing, again, I'm tinkering with your motion, so stop me if I'm wrong, but that for extracurriculars, there would be an absolute requirement of compliance with the mask and social distancing and all of the things that we voted on in our last meeting, and a preference to outdoor if it were feasible, but no compromise whatsoever on the safety measures that we've already voted on. So I'm seeing Barb and Jim both nodding to that. So it sounds like you're comfortable having that included in your motion.
Yeah.
Also, Jim, are you comfortable with the idea of saying this is limited to fall and we would look again before winter sports began?
Yeah, I think I agree with Barb. It's just maybe it's assumed or whatever, but I would say yes, this is our fall sports, and then we can have another discussion of winter sports. Things may be better, things may be different, they may not be better. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and again, all of the discussion that we talked about with the matrix, that would be in place in terms of shutting things down. And obviously, this whole conversation is in the context of the information, Kathleen, that you presented at the beginning of the meeting and that all of us are aware of in terms of the data that are out there right now about the prevalence and the incidence in Merrimack County. And were that to change, there would be consequences in the matrix as to what might need to happen. So we've, again, a couple people with their hands up. Tom Croto, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So I guess I'm asking if we should call the vote. It's 10:30. We have 3 more big things to talk about. I never want to curtail discussion, but I'm feeling like we're almost moving into the weeds of micromanagement a little bit. We have very, very good people who are in charge of our district, and they can make some good decisions. So I'm guessing we should just try to call the vote. That's my suggestion.
Excellent. That's what I was about to do, but I wanted to call on you first. So thank you for saying that. So I will call the vote. I'm going to restate it again. So again, movers and seconders, if you disagree, let me know. But the motion by Barb, seconded by Jim, was to allow fall sports and extracurricular activities following NHAIA protocols, as well as district guidelines that we've voted on, with the additional requirement that the academic standards remain for sports activities and a preference for outdoor where possible. Does that accurately state the motion? Okay, so I will call the roll on that motion. Ms. Cannon.
Aye.
Ms. Cannon votes aye. Mr. Croto.
Aye.
Mr. Croto votes aye. Mr. Crush.
Nay.
Mr. Crush votes nay. Ms. Higgins.
Aye.
Ms. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Parker votes aye. Ms. Poinier.
Nay.
Ms. Poinier votes nay. Mr. Richards.
Aye.
Mr. Richards votes aye. Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Smith votes aye. And Ms. Patterson votes aye. So the motion passes on a vote of 7-2. Okay. So our next one is CRTC. Does someone want to make a motion to start us off? Or is there any additional information or discussion that needs to be offered on the CRTC? We heard a lot of comment. We received a number of emails.
So my only concern with this one, and then with, the bringing the groups in for the ability to have their learning in a building, I have to feel comfortable that a teacher that really feels strongly about not returning to in-person teaching or even being alone in their classroom won't be penalized for that. I know that there's back and forth, and believe me, my phone blows up all the time because I was a teacher in this district for 21 years. And so if I'm a teacher and I truly have maybe unreasonable fear to be in a building, maybe I don't have my sick grandmother at home, but I have her somewhere, or maybe I don't have children or they're old enough to do their own learning or whatever. But I just want to make sure that CRTC teachers that if there are any that are having reservations and doubts that they're not going to suffer some job consequence because they're really requesting not to teach in person. And I feel like I'm saying something that doesn't need to be said, but for the people that are nervous, I say it for them. I can't vote for something that would put a teacher's job at risk.
So we got a couple of board members with their hands raised. Dave Parker, go ahead.
I'd just like you to acknowledge hand raised. I'm going to speak in favor of CRTC. I think that I have seen a number of students, much in the way of clubs and athletics. It's an alternative to traditional classrooms, and it's vocational. And I think for many of our students and many people that responded to in the form of email or support for CRTC was significant in favor of it. So as a public servant, I think that my emails at least have spoken in favor of allowing that program, and that, you know, they're clearly going to have to abide by distancing and masks and all of that. So, you know, I'm not going to get into the weeds how people manage their staff, but I do speak in favor of CRTC. Thank you.
So, Dave, can I count that as a motion?
Yes, I move that CRTC move forward. Or yeah.
So basically, that CRTC be allowed to be in person in accordance with the plan that was presented and the protocols that the board voted on at our last meeting.
Exactly. Those were just my words. Thank you.
Too bad I didn't write them down.
Thank you.
But I'll try. Jim, were you?
Tom
Someone was seconding. Okay.
Tom was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I seconded it.
So it's been moved by Dave, seconded by Tom. That I'll say it again, and hopefully someone else will write it down because I can't talk and write at the same time. But that the CRTC be allowed to operate in person in accordance with the plan presented and the protocols that have been voted on by the board. Okay, Jim, you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, my comment on this one is I'm in favor of that. I believe that I disagree with Barb a little bit. I think if people have a medical reason or they're a high-risk category, that is one thing. Just not wanting to come into the building is, well, that's pretty much a luxury that most every single person who works in this city doesn't have, or at least an awful lot of our parents and people don't have. But I'm not worried about it because the buildings are ventilated. Matt Cashman has explained a ton of things. There's not evidence that, you know, that ventilation system is causing a problem. We've had people there all summer and we haven't had issues. As long as you're wearing masks, as long as you're washing hands, wiping surfaces, doing cleanings, deep cleanings, I think that being in that building to remote teach, because we don't have the kids there especially, is very safe. The Harvard School of Public Health has put out guidelines that say that teaching can be safe in a building. And in my opinion, that's where the infrastructure is. That's where all their supplies are. That's where, you know, all of the equipment and the technical assistance and help are. So I think I think I have no problem with CRTC, and I really don't have problem with anybody else teaching remotely in that school as well, because I think the science and the facts point to the fact that it's safe to be in those buildings following the precautions. And while there is never an instance of no risk, because even pre-COVID, there's always some risk of something, I think it's as safe as we can make it. And I think for the benefit of our kids, that's what we really need to do. So I'm going to support the CRTC, and I really think it's a great idea to have, you know, I have as many remote courses taught from the buildings as we possibly can. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jim. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So listen, I am also, so I'm probably very conservative in my approach. It's no secret here, and take a very conservative approach with COVID-19 for a variety of reasons and risk. With that said, I'm going to support CRTC because I think I do have faith that the leadership there will work to keep students safe, and I think that type of program cannot be done remotely. However, I will not vote for the motion unless it specifies that teachers who choose to, for whatever reason, I agree with Barb, work remotely and not have consequences. I'll vote no on it, not because I'm against the CRTC, but because I'm going to support the teachers.
Test positive for COVID-19. What are the district calls for that, and just make sure that they specifically apply to CRTC because of the so many community. Perhaps a little overly optimistic here, but I also hope that by mid-semester we will actually be able to have a testing regimen in place that would make it really quite simple to make sure that everybody was healthy.
So to Dave and Tom, who made and seconded the motion, would you be agreeable to it being added to the motion that the matrix would be in place by the time instruction is taking place in the buildings?
Yeah, that's fine. I also want to make a point that I'm not at all against teachers making the decision to stay home. I have a number of faculty that are choosing that, and I think that's fine. On the other hand, if we vote in favor of this, I'm not at all suggesting that people should be actually required to come in. So
have our youngsters stay at home. And tonight I'm getting ready to go to say we can have some of our youngsters go to school. And I think, the community and my fellow board members probably need a little tiny explanation for that. And it's really this tiebreaker for me. A lot of other things being pretty darn equal. I've been into the CRTC program and I've watched what goes on there. I've listened to Steve Rothenberg. I've listened to the staff there. It is a very controlled group, very mature group. Those kids want to be there. And I know that there's a good potential for them being a lot safer if they're willing to follow the instructors' instructions about safety. And I find that will probably more likely happen with that group of kids. And I think that's the tiebreaker for me. So thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Chuck. You are on mute. Chuck, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
So would anyone be open to amending the motion about teachers? About teachers being able to work remotely?
Well, I think it's a separate issue, Chuck.
Yeah, I was going to vote on that separately last.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so
as long as we're going to vote on that.
Yeah, you brought that up earlier, and I think we should focus on that. As much as I'm right with you on this, I think the CRTC being approved is one thing, and then we all have to have a serious discussion about the teacher piece after all that.
Okay, fair enough. Valid point.
Kathleen, does that seem right? Okay.
Liza, go ahead.
Sorry, that was an old hand.
Okay. Dave, did you have your hand up? No. Kathleen, did you have your hand up?
It's down now.
Okay. Gina, go ahead.
I know the teachers don't have a choice. And half the teachers in CRTC resign because they're not going to go in. What have we accomplished? I think we're putting the cart before the horse and have to talk about whether or not faculty are going to be required to go in before we know whether or not we're going to open the plan.
Jim.
Well, I was just going to say I was fine with the CRTC piece, although to Tom's point, I will point out that it's very important that laboratory classes like chemistry and biology and physics also are a hands-on component, and those students are very responsible on safety as well. And I think down the road, we really need to think about making sure they get in there as well, as long as it's safe. And I consider that the levels that we're at right now from a COVID standpoint with proper precautions are safe. But I'm not going to get into Gina's thing right now. We'll wait until we talk about that as a vote.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Chuck? You're on mute again.
It's getting late. Sorry. I agree with Gina. I think we have to vote on the teacher thing before we proceed with this motion because Gina has a very, very fine point. Thank you.
Dave?
With all due respect to my colleagues, I think it's a separate issue. So, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Kathleen?
Yeah, is everybody finished? Because I don't want to. Barb had her hand up,
No,
so
I was just going to say that it is a separate issue, but we may need to address it. We may need to put our other motion on hold for a moment and have this discussion. I don't firmly believe that the 9 of us are going to vote to make teachers go to school, Gina. I think that's not at all how any of us feel. I do know that we have teacher unions and teacher aid unions and such that are very, very opposed to being told they have to go. And I don't think this is a climate where we can be pissy about that. So I just think we maybe need to address it. But Kathleen, I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I think I've been very clear about it. No matter what was said by anyone tonight, I was very clear about it. It does us no good to have a teacher who's stressed out, who has high anxiety, who is fearful of her health to be in the classroom because, quite frankly, they're not going to be optimum in terms of their instruction. So I've made that very clear. I have said over and over again to the unions that I am willing to work with them to ensure that people feel safe. That's the last thing I want. Now, there are some school districts, there was no choice. And frankly, some of this may be out of your lane a little bit. You did hire me to oversee the staff and make decisions about the staff, and you're not allowing me to do that, but I get it because this is unusual circumstances. But it's hard for me sometimes to do my job and be the leader that you expect of me, and I expect of myself, by the way, that I can't do this kind of discussion with the CEA, the CAA, the CEOPA, and it's hard, but I have been very clear. And I think today I use that example. Take a look at who's in the staff today. Who's came back? Today was their day back. They were due back today. And they're back, most of them, almost all of them. These are all the administrative assistants in the building as well as at central office, except for those who said, I can't come back. I'm X years old, and I don't want to share that. And there are others that have concerns about their personal health. So I think we're talking about something that isn't a huge issue, and I've made it very clear to them. And I don't know how else to say it. I've said it over and over again, but I think I don't know what it is. It's hard. But I have responsibility for the staff. And if I have a staff that is totally upset about a decision I make, it's only going to make it worse. How do you rebuild and build what you're looking to build in this district if I'm in that kind of relationship with our most important asset, right? Our teachers. I think there's a level of accountability. That you have as elected leaders for the people that work for you every day.
Yeah.
I need to show up for work every day. I need to be there and be present, right? And I feel that the staff that has been hired here needs to be present. But I also get the situation we're in, and I want to be flexible and nimble about it.
Now, Chuck, that makes me feel a lot better. Like that answer is sufficient to me. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
So I think So thank you for that answer, and thank you for the discussion. I mean, my inclination is to call the vote because really the issue is the CRTC, and I think I'd like to move forward. It is getting late. So is there any board member that objects to me calling the vote?
Nope.
Okay, then I am going to, David, your hand is up, but I'm not hearing an objection. So I'm going to go ahead. Thank you for taking your hand down. Okay, thank you. So the motion made by Dave, seconded by Tom, is to allow the CRTC to conduct in-person instruction in accordance with the plan presented and the safety protocols that were voted on by the board, provided that the matrix is in place by the time instruction is taking place in the buildings. So I will call the roll on that vote. Ms. Cannon.
Nay.
Ms. Cannon votes nay. Mr. Croto.
Aye.
Mr. Croto votes aye. Mr. Crush.
Yeah, I'm voting nay, but I want to say I support the CRTC, but I'm not comfortable voting as based on staff not being able to work from home and not being assured of that. And I see no harm in us having a vote about it if Kathleen said that, so we can just vote about it later, but I'll be voting nay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crush votes nay. Ms. Higgins.
I agree with Chuck. I really do support the CRTC. I'm walking a fine line here, so I'm also going to vote no.
Okay, Ms. Higgins votes nay. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Parker votes aye. Ms. Poinier.
Aye.
Ms. Poinier votes aye. Mr. Richards.
Aye.
Mr. Richards votes aye. Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Smith votes aye. And the chair votes aye. So the vote is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes to 3 nays. So the motion passes on a vote of 6-3. All right, thank you. So let's turn to the at-risk students. Is there someone who would like to make a motion, or should we start off with discussion on that issue?
Jenny, could I get a definition of who the students are that we're including in this particular discussion?
Yes, that's a great point, and it was a question that I had as well, because I think, Kathleen, as you presented it, it was students with an IEP, it was ELL students, it was homeless students, it was the developmental preschool, but not the typically developing preschool. There were questions that were raised by a number of commenters about whether we should consider the kindergarten, first, second grade. Additionally, that wasn't part of your proposal. So maybe you could just recap what your recommendation was to us.
No, you did. My recommendation tonight was only about IEP students, including preschoolers with IEPs. That would be your atypical student. Students who are English language learners, and students who are homeless. I have not moved forward yet with kindergarten, first, second grade. I do want you to know, though, that the question came up tonight about kindergarten and their testing. They are planning on bringing the youngsters in one at a time. They're going to use the tent and bring the kids in, and they're making those arrangements now. All those plans are in place. Principals will be unveiling that. Tomorrow's our last meeting, and then they'll let it go in terms of communication. But no, that's all I'm dealing with right now. No question about that early learners. I'm not, but I just think that we'd like to do this slowly with some we've done a lot of planning. Tonight I heard some people say there was no planning. Well, I have to take a little bit of deference to that. There has been a lot of planning, but it's been very slow and meticulous, and any plans have been posted on the website, all the PowerPoints, and I think we've done that job. But I'd like you to consider that. We've heard a lot from parents.
Great. Thank you, Kathleen. And Tom, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick point of clarification. I think we're including 504 youngsters as
Oh,
well.
yes, I'm sorry, Tom, 504. Yeah, I think of them as like having a plan too. So, yep.
Okay, thank you.
So it's IEP, 504, ELL, and homeless. So IEP includes.
They don't meet the ADA. They don't have a sick family member. And to Kathleen's point, if that's the case, then what's the harm in a vote?
Well, I don't know what else to say, Chuck. I said the accommodations will be made, and if they choose to stay home and be remote, then they're going to stay home and be remote. We know we're going to have 25% of the kids who are going to choose that. And so I don't know what else to say. I think that should not be the barrier for you to, I mean, you're obviously, you just said you're in favor of this motion or this particular item. I can only assure you that staff will be, we will take into consideration their needs. And one of them is the anxiety of returning.
Okay.
I don't know how else to say it.
Okay.
So Chuck, I think it's up to you. I mean, if you want to make the motion, you are welcome to. If you don't feel you can, we certainly respect that. And you can decide how you want to vote on it.
And I'm going to have to think about it. I'm not going to make the motion at this point. So if someone is, that's fine.
Okay. Dave, go ahead.
Thank you. I as well had many calls and emails regarding kids with special needs. It's an area that I've worked in. And I think that it's appropriate that it's sort of like an area that we start in to service these kids and give them some individual attention. Especially the young kids that are in need of services, more than not, that population does not do well with computers. They're too young. They're too little. It's not capable. They're not capable of that. So I really think that that's a nice way to sort of edge way into this thing, is to take care of our most vulnerable population first. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dave. And if you'd like that to be a motion, you can. If not, I'd make the motion because I agree with what you said.
Okay. I mean, go ahead and make the motion. You're better than I am at doing that.
Nah, I'm trying to facilitate. So I'm trying not to make motions, but I'll make this one because I agree that just for certain populations, I feel the same way about the CRTC, that we cannot effectively provide an education to students without having them there in person. And I think there have been extensive prep. Gina, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to make the motion. I have the same issue with that Chuck is, but I'll make the motion because I think our vulnerable kids need the extra support.
Well, I think I made the motion and Dave seconded it, but you are welcome to speak in favor.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I raised my hand.
Oh,
it's
okay.
It's a delay in the Microsoft Teams.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, I did not see your hand up. So I barreled ahead. Jim, go ahead. And then Barb, I see your hand up.
Okay, I just want to say that I'm in support of this motion, but furthermore, I would like to see the instructional committee take a look at kindergarten first grade and second grade as well. That's the channel I believe that we set up to move into hybrid. I think it's critical that those kids get into school as well. The skills and the basically the skills and learning that they need to master is not easily done remotely. So I'm in favor of this motion, and I'm in favor of the instructional committee taking that up as soon as possible.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Barb, go ahead.
So I'm going to share an email as long as it's anonymous. And this is just to bring up a point that I want to believe what I'm hearing. So this is a teacher who has submitted a medical release. And she said, we keep getting told that there's no answer for us. We've asked over and over for clarification, but Larry said we needed to wait for clarification from the board. And here's his email to her. Essentially, there's no decision at the moment. That's correct. We need to see what the board decides. I wish I had a crystal ball. Okay, if the board's supposed to decide about the teachers and the health, then I agree with Chuck. We just need to vote on it. It has nothing to do with this, but this is what the problem is. So that's just all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you, Barb.
Yeah.
Tom. Tom, you unmuted, but then you froze.
I went away for a second, and now
You reappeared in a different part of the screen. It was really amazing. So, but we can hear you now. So please go ahead.
it almost goes without saying. We're talking K to 12 here, right? I mean, a lot of our discussion is around little kids, but this is K to 12. So if we've got 11th and 12th graders with special needs who need to come in face to face, they can get that too. K to 12, right?
I believe that's right, Kathleen. That's correct. K to 12.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just
Okay.
can I make a point
Yes,
to Barb?
please.
You know, why Larry was holding back was we wanted to see what you were going to do around programs. CRT, you know, the Career and Technical Center, around the special ed. That's why we were holding off. Once we knew what the programs that were going to be in place, we had a better idea in terms of what direction to go in. So, I mean, I've got great direction now. So in the morning, we'll be out there giving people an idea about what they, you know, I mean, we didn't want to jump the gun.
No, but you can see how concerned somebody is when they've submitted a letter and they keep getting this sort of pushback. So I'm trying to say, no, Kathleen says this, but then Larry says that. It's everything.
We're both saying, we're both saying the same thing. I wanted to see what your decision was on the major points, the 3 major programs, so that then I could move forward with all these teachers.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to allow in-person instruction for students with IEPs, 504, ELL students, and homeless students? So seeing none, I will call the roll on that motion. Ms. Cannon. Okay. Ms. Higgins votes nay. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Parker votes aye. Ms. Poinier.
Aye.
Ms. Poinier votes aye. Mr. Richards.
Aye.
Mr. Richards votes aye. Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Smith votes aye. And Ms. Patterson votes aye. So that passes on a vote of 8-1. So those are the 3 things that were brought forward by the superintendent. The question is there anything further that we should be doing tonight? I know it's getting late. We do have a number of things that we have asked be brought quickly to the instructional committee. We did at the beginning of the meeting have a conversation about scheduling a meeting soon of the instructional committee. I think for me that is sufficient, but I certainly will entertain further discussion and motions if people want to make them. So Chuck, go ahead, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we vote on allowing teachers to work with ancillary staff to work remotely as long as we're operating under this model during the pandemic.
I'll second it.
Okay. So the motion was made by Chuck, seconded by Barb. And I see lots of hands. So Chuck, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, look, you know what? There's, like Barb, I've received a lot of feedback from teachers that are worried, that have concerns, that feel like they may not fit into any criteria. They don't feel like they had a clear answer. Their perception, Kathleen, and everybody, right or wrong, is that the board is going to vote on it. And that's what I keep hearing. The board is going to vote. And you know what? If we're going to support that, what's the harm in voting? I guess that's my question. I don't see the harm in voting. And Kathleen, to speak to what you said just briefly about.
I put it on the agenda. I mean, on my report. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. And to your point, I will speak as a board member to a comment you made about hiring you. You know what? You are correct. And I'm not a micromanager in my style by any stretch. Trust me. Sometimes it gets me into trouble. I'm such a non-micromanager. With that said, given the history of where the Concord School District's been, I think we as board members, or speaking for myself, have a heightened awareness to want to be involved in things given the past year and a half. And I do know it's late. I totally agree. I'm tired and I want to end this. It's been a great meeting and I appreciate the public comment, but you know what? 5:30 comes awfully early. But I feel like it's very important for us to vote on this issue. So thank you for your support, Kathleen.
And Chuck, just to be clear, it's been moved and seconded, so we will vote on it. So
all right, thank you.
Yep. So Liza, go ahead.
I was going to say that I really don't think that we should be involved in a personnel decision like this, but if we have decided to vote on it, then let's vote on it. Thank you.
Dave, go ahead.
I don't disagree with faculty being able to decide whether they come in or not. But I think we should say all employees, bus drivers, janitors, any employee of the public school district can, that should be all inclusive. Because I don't think it's fair to single one group out over the other.
Dave, I agree with you. I'll amend my motion.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
That's all. I just didn't,
I just didn't think of wording it that well.
Well, part of this is, Chuck, is that I think that the people that are really afraid, I agree with Kathleen, aren't going to come in. And I have people like that too. That's okay. We should allow that. And I think we'll have enough people that will, and with our, technical savvy, can probably accommodate the people that are afraid or are just not able to. But that should include all employees, people that work in the lunchroom, people that work,
totally agree,
everybody right up and down the ladder. So
totally agree. So I'll amend the motion to all Concord School District employees.
Okay, is that agreeable to you, Barb? Yes, okay. Thank you, Dave. Jim, go ahead.
Okay. I'm all for people being able to work remotely. I think it's great. I think we need to give them that item. But I'm speaking for students and for families. I know Barb speaks for teachers, but I got to speak for the students and the families that have contacted me. And I think it's good as long as they do just as good a job remotely as someone who's at work. The standards of performance and accountability can't be different because we owe that to the taxpayers as well. So if there's a bus driver who can do just as good a job at home as he does on the job in the bus, then I think that's fine. But too many parents have contacted me and told me how bad the spring was, that their children, I've also had a great number of parents who's told me how great their spring was because of the teacher that was there, that the teacher really was right there. But then I had other parents who said, their teachers kind of cared. They gave them assignments on Monday. They corrected them on Wednesday. When they tried to contact someone, they would be zoomed in while the teacher was braiding their daughter's hair or that. And I think there still has to be an accountability that's there. I just can't think it's a blanket thing. I don't think that's going to be a problem because I think every single one of our teachers is committed and will do 100% of that work and be there, that full day. But I think that's Kathleen's job, and she will keep people accountable and she will make a decision with that. But I don't think the taxpayers are going to allow us to pay people to not do anything. And I don't think that's what's coming up here. But when the bus driver and the cafeteria worker got thrown in there, now I'm getting to a question of how do those people work remotely? And I guess I'm open to the explanation of how they work remotely. Thank you.
Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So it feels like we're kind of walking into the collective bargaining kind of stuff a little bit here. I know it's extraordinary, but I kind of agree with Liza. I don't know if we should be talking about this. I think superintendent has that job. But at any rate, on the table, are we going to ask folks to, well, I guess under what criteria would people be able to say, hey, look, I don't want to be there? Are they going to be asked to give reasons? Are we going to challenge any of the reasons? Are we going to be challenged for our answers about those reasons? It's some uncharted territory here a little bit. And maybe we're not going to ask anything. So maybe that would be easy. I don't know. Thank you, Kathleen.
Yes.
I mean, I feel, again, I'm going to go back to the accountability. We have a responsibility to ensure to the folks in Concord that people are doing their work and that they're earning their salaries. And yes, I have every intentions of asking people why they choose not to come in when that option is available, given that they don't have any other extenuating circumstances. I need to know that. Now, in order to do that and to be safe, I've asked to do it together with the unions. So I, as a matter of fact, had this conversation with Mike Macri on Saturday. Let's do, you participate in this also. Perhaps they'll feel more comfortable talking to you than they might to the superintendent. Why not use my union steward, if you will, to help me with that? So that I don't get into those touchy areas, Tom, because I don't. But, you know, the other stuff is easy. Doctor's notes, we've been getting doctor's notes. We've been getting information about, you know, family member who is very ill and, you know, would really be in harm's way. So we have some of that. It's the ones that are just have a lot of anxiety over coming back. And I've asked the union to help me out with that. So that's how I thought the best way to do it. Yeah. And again, I do think it's my responsibility. You can have it, but it is mine.
I don't disagree with that ultimately and how you're doing it.
Right. And, you know, you just can't, you know, we have to have a bigger conversation, though, because we have crossing guards and bus drivers and food service and people that are not working. And we are going to have that conversation. Last spring, you kept everyone whole financially. You decided to do that. That's another conversation you've got to have. So it's coming. It's around the corner here, and Jack and I have been working on it. So we'll be in our September meeting to talk to you about it. Yeah.
So I know I said that we would vote on this because it was moved and seconded, but the more that I'm hearing, the more concern that I have that it may not be something that we want to rush in and take a position on, much as we may feel that, you know, we want to make sure that folks' concerns are taken seriously. But I'd like to be able to give the administration the opportunity to try and work through these issues. So I guess for me, if we do take a vote on it now, then I'll be voting against it just because I don't know what the consequences of it will be, and that concerns me. But it doesn't mean that I'm not, you know, equally concerned about teachers, and I certainly would like all of them to be accommodated. I do share the concern about, you know, just how do we hold people accountable? I think there needs to be a way to do that, and that's not necessarily something that is bad or adversarial. And I see that Kathleen is trying to approach it, you know, by talking through the issues. And I think I'd like to see a little more time given to making that work, to see, you know, now that we voted on the programs, is it possible that some of these inquiries that have come in get resolved? So maybe we should consider not taking the vote. We certainly could do so at a future time, but I guess I just worry a little bit about the consequences if we if we do it. So Barb, I see you. Gina had her hand up for a while, so I might call on her first and then on you. So Gina, go ahead.
Well, I've heard from a lot of teachers who are very concerned, but I've got to also agree with Jim that while I want to treat everybody in the school district employees equally, I don't know how a school bus driver performs their job remotely. I don't know how a cafeteria worker performs their job remotely. So if someone can do their job remotely, and there are ways, for example, for the teachers to be able to be held accountable through the IT department, you can tell who's on and doing what. It's very simple. So the accountability of teachers and paraprofessionals who are on, whether it's Zoom or Microsoft Office or whatever, that accountability exists. But I don't know how a crossing guard does their job remotely. So I guess, and I don't mean to be, I would ask Chuck if he'd be willing to modify his motion to, it covers all employees as long as they can do an equivalent job remotely.
Yeah, and I would agree to that. I would modify the motion because you're right. Look, and let me just stress, I do believe in accountability. I don't want to, we do owe it to the taxpayers. I agree with what Jim said. I don't want to, I'm not a fan of paying people not to work, quite candidly. With that said, though, I think, there's certain positions you have to be there for. There's certain positions that can be done remotely. So, yes, I would, I don't know how a crossing guard can do his or her job remotely. I totally agree. But by the same token, and initially I was thinking about staff that are able to perform their job remotely. So, it's the same for a custodian, and they do amazing work, and I'm grateful for our custodians, but I don't know how you can do that from home. So, yes, I would amend the amendment.
So I'm wondering, and Barb, I will get to you right after I make my point. So is there a way that we can express the sentiment that does not create a negative impact? That's my question. And then Barb, go ahead. You're on mute.
Wait a minute.
I hear you. So I think you're off.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I hear you.
So listen, I don't mean to be crabby, but I get cut off quite a bit. So when I have my hand up and 3 people talk and you don't cut them off, I get a little snippy. Plus it's late. So here's my issue. The issue right now with all of these programs, CRTC and class, kids coming to the buildings, has been teachers' concerns for having to teach in the buildings and teaching assistants. So to add all the other employees in, those are all very different things. I think that just waters down the original motion, which was completely directed toward the teachers and teaching assistants that have expressed these concerns. I am the biggest fan of bus drivers and and custodians and food service. These people, when they get sick, everybody notices it. So it's not that I'm not thinking of them right now, but right now that's not what we're talking about. I also don't feel that this is a personnel issue. And quite frankly, the way teachers have often been treated in this district, allowed to stay or not allowed to stay for whatever reasons, I think the board needs to have a voice on this. If teachers are being told that we're going to talk about these things and it's up to us, what they feel is that they were being told their decisions would come when we decided. So I don't think I'm dabbling into personnel issues in an inappropriate way. If a board can't support their teachers in a very simple way, Kathleen, everything you've said is flawless. I don't see why we can't just make it official with a vote.
So what if I do this? I'll amend my vote. I'll amend my amendment I would like to make a motion that teachers, paraprofessionals, tutors, I think it's a separate unit, be allowed to work remotely at this point in time during the pandemic while we're operating in this fashion. Because those are the groups that came forward. So that's going to be my motion. Amended motion.
So Barb, do you still second that motion? And so I didn't write down teachers, tutors, paraprofessionals.
Teachers, tutors, paraprofessionals be allowed to work remotely during this, while we're operating in this fashion of a remote learning model. Because if we go hybrid, we're going to have another discussion. Thank you.
So be allowed to work remotely while we are in a remote model.
Yes, yes.
And Barb, that's acceptable to you.
Yep.
And I'd like to call the vote if I could too.
We have some people who still would like to speak.
Sorry.
So Dave, go ahead.
I totally agree with the sentiment. I do have a problem with getting into employee negotiations, union, some of these sort of things. Just the unintended consequences is what challenges me. Of course, I believe that the faculty should be able to make a choice. But I did know, workers that were in the cafeteria that chose not to come in because it was a risk. I did know other people that chose not to come in because it's a risk. So I think you mentioned 4 different categories. Maybe we forget one, and maybe we just say for the faculty at this point. But I think it's not that I disagree with the sentiment. I definitely agree with the sentiment. I think there's unintended consequences, so it makes me a little nervous. That's all, from an administrative standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Tom, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to be the bad guy here and talk about this a little bit. And I'm no faces added to these comments, but I don't want us to go too far into paying folks for staying home. I don't want to put that burden on the taxpayers. I mean, if they're going to work remotely and do their job remotely, that's perfect and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But beyond that, whereas in the spring, the district did a very nice thing. They paid a lot of folks for staying home. I don't think that our city could afford to do that again. So I'd go along with this motion as long as folks are gonna do their job, whether it be at home or
not. Jim, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you to Gina and Chuck for acknowledging, my concerns. And I just agree. I agree with Tom. I think anxiety is a very valid condition and reason that would prevent someone from being able to work effectively in a building. I think that and I've said this all along, we have to base everything on science and facts. But I just agree with Tom. As long as someone, I think I agree with Chuck in the fact that he said that taxpayers want us to hold people accountable, hold our teachers accountable. I agree with Tom, and I think that Kathleen vocalized it and made a very good point as to how she would hold people accountable. And in that situation, as long as people are doing their jobs and doing them as effectively as if they were there, I'm good with it.
Kathleen.
Just one quick comment. I just want to be clear now that there are a lot of teachers that want to come in. Oh. So they're coming in, right? Everybody's okay with that. Now I want you to know that. I mean,
I'm totally okay with that. I'm not saying they have to. I mean,
this is only the folks that have submitted to us, and some of it was repetitive. They originally sent us emails, and then they sent a form in. Some of those are the same people that sent us emails, so the numbers were a little bit out of whack tonight. But what Larry told you originally was what the exact numbers were this morning. So just know that there are a lot of people that want to come in. I want to
Look, and
allow them to come
that's
in. And
great in
do
my
their thing.
mind. Yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
Right.
I mean, if I was a teacher, I may want to come in,
And
but that's
I
great. If there's only two, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll,
No, that,
I'll have
no,
numbers.
I agree. I think it's going to be easier to do your job from in a school with all the support and all the infrastructure. I think they're going to find it easier to do an effective job. So yeah, absolutely, Kathleen.
Okay.
So I'd like to call the vote. I'm a little confused about the motion, so let me just see if I can articulate it properly. So the latest iteration I have is that teachers, tutors, and paraprofessionals be allowed to work remotely while in the remote model. The question I have is this as long as they are doing their job effectively, or is there some other thing, or how does that get worded? Because
I would just say that they meet the established expectations for teaching remotely.
They fulfill the duties of their job description.
Exactly, and that they follow the schedules. You heard about schedules tonight. Those are all done. Those are all done. And they're all being discussed. Right. And the schedules were created by the administrators like they do every year.
Yeah. I'm not saying they don't have to follow the schedule at all.
And some teacher input. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, so I will reiterate again, teachers, tutors, and paraprofessionals be allowed to work remotely while in the remote model, so long as they fulfill their duties and adhere to the schedules for their positions.
Yep, perfect.
Now I will second that new motion.
Okay, same old motion.
Administrators? Are we going to include administrators?
What, working remotely? Is that what you're saying?
David, we've already it's just instruction people, teachers, teaching assistants.
Yeah.
I'm not going to alter it. Yeah.
Yeah. All the principals and administrators have been in.
Okay, I am calling the motion.
Thank you.
Ms. Cannon.
Sorry, mute delay. Aye.
Ms. Cannon votes aye. Mr. Croto.
Aye.
Mr. Croto votes aye. Mr. Crush.
Aye.
Mr. Crush votes aye. Ms. Higgins.
Aye.
Ms. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Parker votes aye. Ms. Poinier.
Aye.
Ms. Poinier votes aye. Mr. Richards.
Aye.
Mr. Richards votes aye. Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Smith votes aye. Ms. Patterson votes aye. So it passes 9-0. Okay. Wow. Is there anything else we need to talk about tonight? There are lots of things that we'll be talking about in the future. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Jenny, I make
Barb,
a motion that we adjourn.
Barb had her hand up, and I don't want to pass over her. So
right.
And she can't raise it electronically. So Barb,
Good
go
girl, Jen.
ahead.
I just want to reiterate to the public that had I known for sure we would take this vote, that I would have voted in favor of the special needs students and everyone coming. I've gotten some nasty grams. Of course, you can't win in this job. That I don't support our special ed students. And of course, I taught special ed in our district for 15 years. So my no vote was a Betty Hoadley move on my part, that sometimes you vote no to make a point. So I support all of our sweeties getting back into school in a way that's best for everybody. I just wanted that out there.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Gina.
And I would like to say the same thing about CRTC. So I wish we had taken this vote earlier so that we could have been sort of unanimous in supporting our programs.
It's a long and winding road, but we got there. So any other board members wish to make a statement? Kathleen?
If you vote on the prevailing side, you can always ask for a reconsideration. I'll leave it at that, though. It's true, you can.
It is true.
Yes. So I'm just a little humor at the end of the meeting, I guess, for me. You don't have to.
If there's anyone who feels that we really should reconsider, Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.